Good morning. Today is February 20th, 2026. The City Council workshop will begin in a couple more moments. Thank you for your patience.
All right, it's 9:07. We'll call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all council members are present. Let the record also show that we've done away with all former public commenters by appointing Stella Witherspoon to the council. And we're on to adopting the agenda. A motion.
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Public comment. This is opportunity for anyone to comment on items that are not on today's agenda. Do we have any public comment?
If any members of the public on Zoom would like to comment, please use the raise hand feature now. Mayor, there are no hands raised.
Okay, we're on to the main business of the day. And I'll start by introducing someone who needs no introduction because we've all worked with her, Nadine Levin.
Thank you. Let me explain. I'm not ill. I live with someone that has illness and I have to be overly careful. So I do with that. And those of you that I was on interviews with last month, I have recovered from my face plant for the most part. Remember the bruising? But other than my sight is a little off, but I am well. So I was told by the mayor, no icebreaker. I have to have a little bit of an icebreaker.
Good try.
So it'll be very quick. So this is the question. Your favorite music or composer, the genre, wasn't really just for you.
Yeah.
And your current, what you currently think about or want to listen to. I'll start. Jazz is my thing, mostly vocal with some instrumental. Melody Gardot is my person. And if you don't know her, write it down. Unbelievable. So, does staff want to go first while they warm up? Or what do you want to do? Suzanne, quickly, is this quick?
My favorite genre is punk rock music, and a number of bands I really enjoy. One that broke up recently is No Effects.
Oh. My favorite music was Tamil music, and my favorite singer is S.P. Balasubramaniam. Just takes me back. Yes, it is a common name.
Tracy?
This is embarrassing. Mostly my Sirius XM is on 70s music. It takes me back to my youth, and I like all the stuff on a car dance too.
And jazz as well, and John Coltrane. It's one of my favorites.
I'll say general 1990s and 20s pop, and Kira always puts me in a good mood.
You got to.
Yeah, so right now, I don't know what genre he actually is, but I'm really into Bill Withers. But listening on his stuff right now.
Good. Well, it's a tough one for me. So when our kids were growing up, they had their flavor of music, our flavor of music, and we settled on country music as the goal. So it's stuck. So country music is it. I can't say I have a particular single.
Ooh. I'm probably, if I'm listening to something on Pandora, it's new wave and it's Depeche Mode or something. So I'm going back to like to the 80s. But an artist I've gotten into Romy, who's like I listened to on a workout tape, and I thought she's great. So I've been listening to her more, which is a different genre.
I think I'm on Team Tracy, pretty much 70s and 80s. I'm not sure any good music has come after.
Yes.
Okay, that's my
Okay, well, mine is classical music, anything by Tchaikovsky or Dvorak, but my favorite symphony composer is Mahler.
Absolutely classic rock, Led Zeppelin all the way, every day. We have there's a tailgating with your dad that my daughter on Spotify that she modified. It's called Tailgating with Papa Candell. Ever on Spotify, it is.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my God, I can't really say any genre. I'm all over the map. But I kind of prefer chill and not Led Zeppelin. Not punk rock all the time. Just kind of need to chill. And so I think one that's always in my heavy rotation is Bon Iver.
See, we took less than 4 minutes. We learned something about everybody in this room. Okay, do you mind bringing up what the slides are? And by the way, what's in front of you is a copy of the slides, and another sheet. So we have, if you want to just go a couple passes in. So, Jen? Okay, well, you'll see it in your package anyway. Just to remember, to ensure a productive day, we have a hard stop at 2:30. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break and a 30-minute lunch break. We'll allow time for candid and honest conversation. We'll assume good intent and seek to understand. And we're gonna adhere to our schedule and allow me to move the conversation along. So I become, you've worked with me for 4 years now or so. I'm not overly forceful, but my goal is to get you to be get as much done as possible today. So I will move you at times. The next slide, please. So what I heard, and I'll talk about that in a moment as well. I talked to all 5 of you, and what came out of it is I said, what would be a successful day for you? And you said, receive an update on current priorities and staffing, and discuss and confirm the priorities for 26-27. Next slide, please. So the agenda, for right now in the introduction, setting the stage. You're going to discuss current priority 1 and take your break, and you'll see, and it's in your package you can follow along with. So I want to talk a moment. I said I had opportunity to talk to each of you. And what I heard, and again, obviously something may change today, that the 3 priorities you had were very important to you still. Now, something may change. You may change the order. You may say, no, we're not interested in pursuing that any longer. I think we'd probably all be surprised at that, but it could happen. So I also heard a number of things that were important to you that may not rise to a level of a priority, but I wanted to memorialize it. So in front of you is a 1-sheet list of things, topics, interests that I've heard. Many of them fall within your 3 priorities right now, some do not. And I assume at a point today, if they're still important to you, that you'll raise it for discussion among all of you. So you have that list. You want to move to another slide, please? So I use this, I've used it, I think I use it with every client. You know that the iceberg metaphor here, you have lots of things you want to do. There is staff capacity issues. So your goals and priorities and policy directions are key to staff. And at the same time, as you know, there's a routine work of the city that has to happen. And it's just being mindful of that. And as we discuss, and I believe, Naroop, you're going to be talking about staffing later as well with council. Next one, please. So the process today, you're gonna discuss the current adopted priorities one by one, and you're gonna hear a status update from staff. They will come in and they will be here. You'll hear it. You'll be able to ask questions, identify any new priorities if there are any, and discuss and arrive at a consensus on your top priorities. The next slide, please. The update. So we'll start with the wild prevention, preparedness, response, and utility safety. And with that, I don't know if you want to introduce or
I think we all know each other, so I'm just going to turn it over to Andy.
And before Andy starts, I should explain public comment. We do have on this agenda, opportunity for public comment now. And for anyone who's watching or listening, we will call for public comment after each staff presentation. So there will be opportunity. So right now, is there anyone who would like to comment on anything on today's agenda?
There's no one currently in Zoom.
Okay, all you're saying.
All right. Good. Well, good morning, everyone. So back again. So appreciate the opportunity to be with you. I have 10 minutes in our hour's worth of opportunity. So I think we're going to mostly do a lot of this by conversation afterwards. And just a quick recap. We did have a very good 2025. I'll hit on a couple of things with that, and got some things kind of continuing on planning that we're already working on for 2026 that will roll into the 26-27 year as well. Before I get into all that, I wanted to make a couple highlights of some successes. So, go to the next page. First off, to our community, Working together was amazing. Two amazing successes. So our Firewise communities, wow, they grew 76% year over year growth in terms of the number of homes we have in the city of Lafayette that are in Firewise communities. So we've been working for a while, our community's been working for a while to get 900 homes on in Burton Valley, and that just successfully closed just in the last couple of weeks. So we're one shy short of 2,800 houses in the city of Lafayette, and I think we've got 9,000 total. So
Yeah.
not quite a third of the way there, but getting pretty close. And there's still plenty of other neighborhoods that are in the process and working. So very excited on that one. Again, this is all community led. Our existing Firewise leaders help make that happen. And then the community, particularly Burton Valley, that banded together to make that happen. Second is CWS, or Community Warning System, is important for all of us. Happy Valley came up with the idea of let's have a friendly competition and see how many signups we can get. And they started in November. 24 hours after they started, I got a call from CWS saying, thank you for all the signups. So they did an awesome job. We got 64 signups for the month. We typically average around 20 to 24 in a normal month. This is the largest normal month sign up that we have in all the records I've got. Things like the Palisades fires you can see on the chart tend to affect having people come sign up a lot quicker as well too. So two huge successes from the community led, and I think this is a good example. In emergency services, we talk about the whole community is important. And this is a great example of how Lafayette is really involved in the whole process of making our town safe. Internally, our folks down in the Parks and Rec department work closely with the American Red Cross in terms of setting up our community center to be a shelter for Red Cross, both for us and for neighboring communities. We got two recognitions in their partner recognition. One was specifically for the community center folks, and the second was for the city of Lafayette as well. So very excited to see that and attend that. Great shout out to Tricia Young and John Warshaw in Parks and Rec. They were the leaders of all of the work in terms of making the shelter happen. There's also some additional training, shelter training they're setting up and doing with Red Cross that'll involve Moraga and a couple other cities too. So great partnership and good for us and also good for our neighbors should they need shelter. So. Okay, so where are we headed in 2026? We're already into the process. So we're continuing on a lot of the things that we did in the past year. Big thing we wanted to do was public outreach in terms of town halls and events and education, getting utilities in to talk to us on a couple events. We've hit basically all of those goals that we had from this past year of getting multiple utilities in. We're going to continue that process going forward. Last year, the big focus that everybody wanted was on evacuations, pretty much an outcome of what happened in the Palisades fire. So I've been giving presentations on evacuations. This year, we're going to add in more on defensible space. Some of the workshop stuff we've been doing with Senator Grayson. Insurance is a big deal for everyone. So there's this Institute of Business and Home Safety that's recognized by insurance companies, and they've got a base and a plus plan of things you should do for your homes to make them home hardened, both the home and defensible space. So we're going to be promoting that into the community as well, with the hopes that will affect insurance rates for the neighborhoods. Continued support for growing Firewise and CWS. We also increased our support for the La Morinda CERT, Community Emergency Response Team. These are great organizations nationwide that do a couple things for us. One is they make our citizens and neighbors more self-sufficient. So if something happens, they can take care of themselves for 3 days. If something happens where they have to evacuate, they know what they have packed in advance and can get out early. So saving themselves and not putting an extra burden on first responders. Second is we build up a series of disaster service workers. So these are support people that we can call on and use in the event of a disaster. A good example is the folks in the green vests you see during the Art and Wine Festival that help us with traffic control, crowd control, and all the rest. So very important in terms of our ability to support and involve the community should we have something major event that we need to support. Another piece we're working on is auxiliary communications. So what do we do when the internet's down and the cell service is down. And there's a couple aspects to that. Largely, this is around amateur radio folks and the family radio, general mobile radio services. And I'll talk in a minute about some of the additional things we're doing that. But we're working closely with one of the local organizations that's very emergency services focused. So notifications was a hot topic as well too, particularly in the Spring Hill neighborhood. One of the things that we're talking a lot about now are these all hazards NOAA weather radios. So as you've ever listened to the radios, they make a big blaring noise and they give a generic weather alert over them. There's also a version of these radios that has this specific area message encoding or SAME, and that you put in a code for Contra Costa County, and then you would get alerts that are specific to our county. So mine at home personally went off twice before Christmas about flash floods with all of the heavy rains that we had just during the holidays. Proof that it happens and it works, and it was targeted to our general area. So the WIA or wireless emergency alerts, those are the things where your phone starts blaring even though you didn't program it to do anything, but it starts making alerts. Those get broadcast over this all hazards radio. So we're increasing the focus on training on that to the neighborhoods as well. Again, these family and general mobile radio services are another way for communications.
I'm sorry, just questions, but are you suggesting people get those? I'm kind of curious what the.
Yes, so the CERT program does training on radios. They offer radios that are programmed with a set of channels that everybody knows and uses. We are working with one neighborhood. One person was very interested in it, got him up to speed, and he's starting to talk to a couple other folks in that neighborhood too. So basically a grassroots effort. We don't need everybody to do it. We can get there eventually, but let's start with a core group. And the general idea would be you have some way to communicate within your neighborhood, and then you have one or two people that have more capabilities that could actually reach out to the city or someone else as well. So we can have this kind of tree rolling information up or down, right? And so leave early is still the important thing. You know, all these notifications, don't just sit around and wait. But if you feel that you're at risk, get up and go. So we're definitely pushing that too. Continuing work on reducing wildfire hazards. I think everybody's aware with what we've asked Senator Grayson in terms of can we get something from the state budget, which has a minus sign in front of it right now. So we're not sure whether we're going to get anything or not, but we at least made the request for it. I know there was some questions about what does the fire break look like north of Lafayette as well. So it's actually called the Orinda Shaded Fuel Break. And it goes all the way around Orinda and comes all the way down and basically lands on the Briones Park right next to Spring Hill School is the other end. So here's an example picture of what it looks like. If anybody's hiked the Lafayette Ridge before, that's a major portion of that fuel break. So in my untrained eye, it looks pretty good. There's a lot of open space between the trees on each side of the ridges. There are some places where there is foresting that comes up to the top. Every place I saw, trees are limbed up. All the brush is gone for 30, 50 feet out on either side of the trail. So it's something that fire departments can also manage pretty well.
Andy,
Yeah,
sorry,
please.
can I just ask a question about, so this one got a pretty substantial grant, I recall, the MOFD did to
Yes.
install this. We've been hearing about deferred maintenance as an issue, when we
Yes.
don't have money to maintain. Did you know if that grant came with that?
My understanding is it came with some money to help support that. I don't know exactly where they're at. There's a couple other fire breaks around. We've got lots of agencies involved. And that's an open question because it was based on some state funding and federal funding that may or may not be there. So I think there's still open questions on where that will go. This one is in good shape. The other big one is the Lafayette field break, which is between us and Rossmore, basically in Burton Valley. And my understanding is the funding is there to complete that. And Golden Rain Association, the Rossmore side, is responsible for the maintenance of that.
Okay, so it's like a local responsibility. for
Yes, and
maintenance.
I don't know their funding situation for that, but that one is still being finished, so my guess is it's probably in good shape. They've not been down there. So. Yeah,
Do you know if there's any discussion of a fuel break on the, well, to the west and north of
Of course,
Lewis Valley?
Hill and
Yeah.
of course Martinez from there.
I don't. I'm not sure of anything specific going on. The perspective, since I'm also a resident up there, of what it is the typical, not always, but the typical place that we have winds that are a problem are either directly from the north or the northeast. Those are the dry winds that come in that are fast and very low humidity. All of those tend to go down the side of Rayleigh's Valley, right, as opposed to being blown. If we got a westerly wind that came in off the coast with a fire, then better fuel break might be good. But there is a fair amount of open space along the ridge tops up there, just naturally, or however East Bay Parks is maintained. Okay. All right, so that's externally what we're looking at doing and continuing on. Internally, so just over the past year, I think when I talked a year ago, one of the important things that pointed out is approximately 2/3 of the staff in Lafayette have been hired in the last 5 years. And so there was a point where we had a lot of training to just get everybody up to a base level. We've successfully done that over the last year. Everybody who's been an employee, part or full time, has taken at least a couple hours worth of training on what emergency services is, the basic work there. So imagine a couple hour version of what I did for city council a month or so ago. We've also got a group of 23 people that have had extra training. They were the folks that were in our Great Shakeout exercise. And they're roughly assigned to different of the major sections of plans and operations. So we've gotten ourselves to that point. That was mostly me pushing into the city. The plan this year is to basically get it into the lifeblood of the city. So a couple things we're doing. First of all, we have multiple people that have been to classes outside of us that are official FEMA classes or Cal OES classes. And two of us actually just attended one for the last 2 days. So getting the professionals training our staff has been great. And we're going to continue to push that. There's a long laundry list of what County OES is hosting this year. And we've had a bunch of people go through stuff already in some of those significant classes. So that's a main piece, is let's get some external experts training our staff. We're going to take these section groups and also do training within the groups. So the planning group, specific training for planning, what they have to do. There's a lot of nuances of things. A lot of it is planning for the next operational period, which is basically the next major shift, as well as situational awareness. Everybody needs to know what's going on, and that's a planning job. So we'll work on some things of that. So the intent is to get these 3 or 4 or 5 groups separately training and build it up in a way so as we get to the great shakeout time, everybody's got a lot of experience on exactly what they're supposed to do. And we can all work together for that exercise in October. So that's basically where we're at on that. So we've done a good job on getting people basic training, and now we're going to try to get it injected in so multiple people are working on this within the city. Exercise wise, we did a couple classes and then the Great Shakeout, which was what's called a full functional exercise last October. It was a multi-agency earthquake drill that we hosted. And we worked with a couple other agencies. We had County OES with us. We had County Fire come by. We were working with the MOFD and the local radio folks in terms of communications, and Red Cross was in there. It's a bunch of different things. That was our shakeout as well, too, not just an earthquake. And you may remember we actually had a real earthquake during the exercise, so kind of fun. This year, we're going to be more formal on that. So the training we're doing building up to that will be a more structured thing, and we may even do it with evaluators there. So Great Shakeout's happening again. Talked a couple times about auxiliary communications. So there's a group in the coastal area of Northern California that has been doing a thing called the Beacon exercise, which is basically, when all communications have failed, how can we get emergency information moved? And so County OES is leading the charge in our area for this to happen. They're starting to have calls and organizations. So ourselves plus LARIG, which is the local emergency radio group, are working on a structure of how can we get information from the schools, from the neighborhoods, roll it up into our own basically situation report that we have, get that then transferred up to county. They can build their situation report and they can roll that up to another location as if it was the region or the state. And that's end of April, so we're in the early stages of figuring out, well, how are we can do it by voice without a problem, but can we do this by data? And that's the kind of thing we're starting to look at. So that'll be another one just a sort of sliver of potentially what we need to do. And then the Lumber and Dessert team too, they do an exercise each year with all of the folks that have graduated. We're going to put that on this year in June. And I'm unsure exactly what that'll be, but probably it's to be some kind of evacuation or major event exercise where they maybe help staff a location or help with traffic control or those kinds of things. So we got a couple different things going on just to get different parts involved. Okay. All right, so that's the recap, a high level recap of where we've been, where we're going. I think we had a successful 2025. There's more on our plate for 2026 in terms of working closely with the community and helping them get up to speed, working with our partners. Confire's got a few things in the works we'll probably hear about in the next couple of months, and we're supporting them as well. Continuing to grow our staff capabilities. I don't know if it was quite 10 minutes, what the number was, but I think we're pretty close. So, yeah. So questions, comments, thoughts?
Can I first?
Go ahead.
Really a note of appreciation for everything you've been doing. I've seen you monthly in Emergency Preparedness. We talked multiple times during a month after that too. And I just want to say I really appreciate the sort of, I don't know, the attitude you bring to it, because it's very inviting. I've seen that at the Emergency Preparedness Commission. The sort of like methodical step-by-step, okay, let's get everyone trained up, build a foundation, it's like, it's a really structured approach to, in my view. And I think it's helped facilitate what we've seen on the Emergency Preparedness Commission, where I kind of feel that's stepping up too in a way.
Yes.
So that's just part of the equation as well. But I just want to thank you for what you've done and the focus you've given us by pulling people in.
Good, thank you.
And pulling all together, it's really great. Yeah, echoing the emergency preparedness. I mean, the one thing I think is gonna happen this year and next year is emergency preparedness, which is already a very good committee.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna step it up. I mean, Duncan's done a great job. Stephanie Bontemps as vice chair is like, she's a force of nature. And she is just like taking the bull by the horns and just running it. I actually expect over the next couple of years, they will just really do a great job. So I think we should ask a lot of them because I think they're gonna deliver. So I think this is gonna be even, I think next year we do the year after, we're gonna, oh gosh, there's so much happening because they're really gonna be taking the lead.
I think the two of you know too, we've done some restructuring of how we run the meetings and some things coming down the pike that eventually maybe changes to our municipal code to make it even more focused on exactly what we're doing.
Parenthetically, there's been like behind the scenes efforts with that, with key people there. You've been a part of that.
Yeah.
John has been as well, to just like up the game. And I feel really good about it.
Good.
One question.
Yeah.
So I know in some of the meetings, we had with the Grayson big meetings, there was a whole presentation from Berkeley, and everything that they've done. And one of the things that kind of always struck me was that they've got on high danger days, the no parking rules on evac routes. And it seems like that is something that Lafayette would.
I know, I saw your thing. Oh, that's a great idea.
Right. And so it seems like we should throw that in the conversation at some point.
Yeah, we've gone down that path a couple times.
Yeah.
And I think the main point is we don't particularly have parking
And that may
along our
be,
evacuation route.
but let's prove that, let's get that solidified, that we know that actually isn't an issue for us. And that's great. If that is the case.
The place I've seen in the past, not necessarily on a high risk day, but sometimes people kind of sneak over the white line on Upper Happy Valley Road,
Right.
So there's a car on the side and there isn't really space to park. So one of the things we can do is basically enforce parking and be rigorous about getting out on those red flag days and too. But most of those areas, the Happy Valley, most of those are,
Happy Valley Glen?
there's not a lot of parking, right?
Okay.
There is parking on Mount Diablo and and, like Moraga Road, but it's a pretty wide road to start already, so I don't know
Okay.
that we need to restrict that at that. So we'll do a last check, but
Yeah,
think
just,
we're actually-
but don't just include those areas, include, you know, up behind Stanley School and stuff like that, you know, everywhere.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm. Yeah, I'm thinking also like the Bacon Way.
right, that's right too.
Yeah,
Mhm.
where there's a lot of communities with cul-de-sacs that are all feeding into a fairly small collector.
Right.
Arterial. I'm wondering about Mount Diablo as a evacuation route, and just
Okay.
if we might see just a volume that overwhelms the 2 lanes that we have. I mean, it's pretty wild, but.
But it would be, right, that would be a big deal.
Yeah, it would be a big deal, but
We
for.
can find it there,
Could
yeah.
it be potentially at certain levels, like maybe the purple, like beyond the high fire or beyond the red flag, the purple flag days,
okay,
parking
You mean like
restrictions on Mount
downtown?
Diablo?
a particularly dangerous situation.
But yeah, PDS, exactly.
Right.
No, I
Like
mean,
the really bad days.
Yeah, it's.
I know, no, that'd just be a big
extreme,
deal.
But I think it's something to consider, because
then
that
would
would
you
be where
people-
everyone goes.
Not to dive into too much, because like I could see why we've like on a, you know, windy 2-lane road, you want to not have parking on the side because you need to have access, but Mount Diablo already has 2 full lanes plus the parking off the side anyway, so
Mhm.
if you didn't have parking, you're not gonna people drive on those lanes.
That may be the
Really
case.
Sure, what, I just don't know
Well,
what.
you might, I don't know.
I guess I mean, I originally, I'm excited about it, but I'm also like, do we want to take people away from putting no parking signs on something if they need to be registered doing something else? So I
Sure,
don't disagree, it's a good
sure.
idea, it's like, I'm just on the priority of stuff, I guess it'd be like, how would you
Well,
allocate the resources?
that, another thing that I have kind of many thoughts about is evacuation study, to really understand, is this really a
No,
potential? And under what scenarios, what type of evacuation scenarios? Because without the data, you know, we're kind of just making hypotheses.
Why don't we come back to this?
Yeah.
When we look at specific
Yeah.
steps, I think that's good. So are there any other questions for Andy? Because Narup, you're going to address this topic also.
Not particularly after public comment.
Later you'll be talking, right? Is that where you're?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah,
But on this first, I've got you down here.
right. I think that was maybe to introduce Andy, but not in terms of specific comments.
Oh, okay.
So we're good with that.
Can I?
Okay, yeah, don't, go ahead.
So maybe to put one back to you, so just based on your experience working over the last year and some on this field, if there were like a couple of things you'd say, God, I wish we could do X or Y, what would those be?
So probably the list of what we sent to Senator Grayson were the ones. So one was, basically cleaning up, Moraga Road from Lafayette to the, Moraga border. It's a narrow windy road with no extra space and just basically limbing up everything, cleaning everything. Was one, the other one we had was, pre-staging, basically traffic control devices, cones and barriers at significant evacuation route intersections. So we don't have to have public works or police running around trying to find cones and getting them out there. They're there. We just need to get somebody to the intersection and get them set up. I think those are a couple of the key ones that we had that we talked about.
Just, so we were disappointed a little bit in the last update we had from Racing, to put it mildly. Those are such good ideas. I mean, so what point, because right now I think we're waiting to see what happens, because like we don't want to fund anything or do anything, because the money may be coming. But at some point,
Yes.
do we decide that needs to shift into our, or we pick the top, the best 20% of that collection of stuff to just fund ourselves, or do we have a timeline figured out? Because, you know, we have fire season coming in 6 months and or whatever.
And so their timeline is our timeline. They're talking about budgets to start July 1. And so anything that would flow to us, I heard was like, you know, for the fourth quarter. So it's not happening anytime soon. If it does happen. So we should decide whether we want to jump on some of that.
I don't know. I don't know if we have some sort of June 1st tripwire day or something. Oh, I'm sorry.
We are starting to get requests from our legislators, both at the state and federal levels. They do this every year in February, ask for projects that they can potentially fund That's the way we got money for School Street and
Right.
for other projects. We can certainly, doesn't hurt to ask.
Right.
So we can certainly package something and send it to Casey.
Okay, well, it's last year when we did this, we came up with the 9 steps, the 9 subcategories. So at some point, we should go through those and see where we are, because I know some of them aren't in your purview here. Go through them, discuss whether we want to keep them, update where we're going, and then whether we want to add things, take away or add things.
Yeah. So the way I structured to meet those requirements were I broke it into pretty much how I presented it. It's like, what can we do with the community, right? What do we do for our own training? What do we do with mitigation? What do we do with partners? So maybe that's a way to think about what kind of priorities. We had things like a couple of town halls with utilities, which we accomplished.
Yeah.
Is there a bigger picture we could say in terms of, town halls are partly educating us, but I think mostly putting it out to the community too. So something that has us doing pretty much what I proposed, more trainings and spot education for neighborhood groups.
So with that, you all had, the 9 tasks. As the mayor was saying, and I also should ask, may I address all of you by first name, if that's okay?
Sure.
So as Carl was saying, to go through those, some have been completed, some are ongoing, and to see if there's something else that you feel should be added for 26, 27. So Carl, how would you like to do that? Do you want me just to walk through them, or everybody has in front of them? How would you like to do it?
Yeah, well, let's walk through them, but picking up on what Andy's saying, how he's organizing it. Andy, would you say we would discuss 1 and 4 together?
You have them in front of you?
Yes. That was exactly the way I organized it. Yes. So it's basically town hall meetings and public education work together, right? It's a community outreach is really what it is.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're continuing.
Yes, it's an ongoing thing. We had some specific things about getting 2 utilities to come present, which we got PG&E and East Bay Mud to do for us.
I would say I'm sorry. I would say I think we're still, inadequate, but I don't know what about the broader community. I think we're doing an excellent job on the 75 people that are really into it.
Yeah.
And we are still flailing, not your fault. It's a problem. How do we get the broader community engaged and so on?
Right. We have not hit 25,000 people yet.
No, so I don't know. I mean, we were talking about doing maybe a separate emergency preparedness booth at Art and Wine should be good, which will be helpful, but I think that's still an ongoing strategic discussion. How do we reach the broader community? And I don't know the answer, but I think it's still an ongoing problem. But we're doing a phenomenal job with the people in the inner circle.
Right.
Yeah, and I take it our Firewise effort is in this category.
Yeah, that's right.
Everything we do.
Yeah, Firewise and CERT is the other one.
Yeah.
CERT's got, I don't know, a couple hundred people.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, right.
You're
So
right.
that's another way we can reach people. I think the other one we talked a little bit about with the Emergency Preparedness Commission helping get us in is HOAs.
Yeah.
And can we go through other neighborhood communities? I don't know, faith-based organizations would be another path, but something like that.
And that might be, I mean, to me, strategically, that might be a choice we make. That instead of doing, I know we're not really wasting a whole lot of time up, but instead of doing broad town halls that nobody shows up for, that we have a bunch of people go to, maybe we say, we're just going to try to do the leadership. We're trying to get 5% of Lafayette really trained and assume they are local leaders that will do everybody else. I mean, I don't know, at some point, maybe we just have a different kind of model in place. Because this other way is just it's just kind of waste unless there's a fire, big fire someplace, everybody gets interested for a few weeks. I don't know.
Well, I just wonder, given what's happened with the Emergency Preparedness Commission, and given that we've got Andy, who's now been on the job for over a year now in this area, whether 1 and 4 basically is just directed at empowering the Emergency Preparedness Commission and Andy to come up with plans for how to do this, unless we want to talk about specifics, but I mean, I don't feel qualified to do that, and I think we've got a great team now. You two are the council liaisons, Andy and the commission, to just take this, combine these two categories. You know, public education, all of that awareness, all of that firewise, and let the commission run with it.
That's great. I think they're the right group.
Just personally, one thing I really like about some of these major organizations is they tend to have one person at the top, right? So Firewise community, we've got one person, Stephanie, who was kind of set up the email list for all of the Firewise leaders. So I have one person I can contact and hit all the Firewise communities by email. Same thing with CERT. I have one person I can contact with CERT and they can hit everybody that's on the CERT mailing list in Lafayette. So I think there's a HOA head group. I'm not positive that in Lafayette, but there's some larger groups. So that to me would be a good place for us to start. I think we talked about having a emergency preparedness. We should reach out to set things up where I can go talk to them. If we can do things like that where there's a tree structure, where we talk to a couple of people and they in turn and get the word out of the house.
So basically, item number 4, that's actually just one element of number 4 now.
Number one.
Combine them, and that's one tool that could be used, but the main thing is focusing on public education and engagement.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So
That's right. One is like tool of 4 or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the right way to do
so
it.
4 becomes 1 really, that's,
Right.
and then 1 is sort of subsidiary.
Yeah.
Okay, so that takes care of 1 and 4.
Yeah.
So then, number 2, take steps to ensure that wildfire risk is considered during the 2031-38 RENA process, explore collaboration with Linda and Moraga. So, and this is something we haven't been able to get to.
Having said that, you talked about at a council meeting, the fact that other areas in the state have their 7 cycle numbers. So in 26, planning staff will at least reach out to their counterparts in Orinda and Moraga to lay the groundwork. We still don't know what our RENA allocation, we know nothing about the 7 cycle process. It at least coming up with that understanding would be good.
Yeah, well, my understanding it's underway now, the 7th cycle.
Yeah, some,
Yeah,
in
well,
some
in
areas.
some
Well,
way.
but in terms of even planning for.
Well, yeah, it
our
already is.
cycle
It started already, for
here
sure.
With MPC looking at.
It did have-
With MTC, is it ABAG?
ABAG
it.
and NGC.
It's the
It's the
two.
same thing.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, so the Plan Bay Area document that we reviewed, and then there's an EIR with it.
Right.
It talks about wildfire, but the EIR gets into some more detail, which pretty much discounts evacuation concerns.
Yeah.
Just says, well, you'll harden your homes.
Yeah.
And that'll be it. It's concerning. And I don't know, if the horse is out of the stable at this point, because that document has been in draft, it's gotten public comment, and
Yeah.
it's the foundation.
Well, I do a separate topic that we could talk about later, maybe as a non-thing, is, I mean, we talked before, like, how do we get ahead of the RENA conversation? This is one aspect of it,
Yeah.
probably our most compelling aspect, but like, what steps are we doing to really get ahead of the game here,
Well,
right?
but this,
So-
when you say this is it.
Well,
right?
no,
I mean, this is our-
I agree. Well, I guess I think of it as, yes, this is true, obviously, because we want them to consider the fire evacuation, but also, it was working with BART, it's whatever else we need to do to try to,
Oh.
you know what I'm saying? Just the broader kind of context about that.
I think that goes maybe in task 2.
Yeah, it does.
Yes,
And
it
I
does.
think we-
100%. We
Correct.
can park it.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't want to talk about it now,
Well,
I'm saying.
Okay, I see what you're saying,
That's
but
right.
there is this critical element. I mean,
That's
I
right.
really
Yes.
think we need to work,
And got a lot more.
work with Moraga right
Right.
now that the maps have flipped and they've
Right.
got more. To see if we can get ahead on this particular element,
Right.
make sure that, our fire situation somehow.
Yeah.
It's considered when the RENA is allocated. And then there's the much
No, no,
bigger
no.
discussion of getting ahead, right? But this is one, the critical from there.
It is, and I'll just add one thing that in that EIR and in the plan, they talk about growth geographies, which are basically like a footprint for where ABAG thinks the growth will be concentrated for a variety of reasons. And that's exactly like it's like that's the cookie cutter, that's already in place and that the EIR references as, yeah, there's fire risk. So I hope that staff could look really closely at the EIR and just see, is there anything that we can do at this point? We can certainly still raise
Yeah.
concerns, but I mean, to get on it now.
Yeah, this may be something that we'll want to have on a council agenda in a month or so, give you a chance to look at what's involved here and then come back and.
Can you be a little more specific? What would we bring back?
Look at planned area 2050 and the EIR.
Okay.
Just anything that's involved in, whether it's working with MTC, ABAG, whether it's hiring a consultant, whether, everything that's involved in the parameters of the RENA allocation and making sure that our fire situation, or Moraga and Arinda's fire situation, somehow gets taken into.
Consulting with the Townsend would probably be part of that.
Yeah.
Involving Townsend at least a minimum would.
Yes, for sure. And we have the joint legislative agenda.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
we're for some perfect. This is
And
like
it's in there. It's in
number
there.
one thing.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Let's talk about number 3. Hold a conversation with East Bay Mud about the reservoir and hydrant capacity. So that's been completed.
Yeah, I think we can eliminate that one from,
Yes.
so that's gone.
Lori, you talked about, so you're on number 5 now.
Okay, so number 5, there are some words that we adopted last time that are deleted here, which I think are important, and I think this was just put on to summarize. But after suppress the risk of wildfires, it goes on to say, including fuel reduction and shaded fuel breaks, methods for early detection of ignition and rapid response to ignition. And there was a period and then obtain clarification on roles and responsibilities. And the words that were in there sort of broaden what we were going to do because we had looked at whether we should be encouraging whether it's on a state level, whether it's getting the county involved in beta testing, but the satellite detection of ignition, whether we wanted to encourage that.
That's something I've not gotten to at this point, on the list.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a couple things we can look at, in terms of technologies too. Ultimately, most of that will end up being probably a on fire type things, it's not responsible for fire related activities.
Is there anything more to say about that? I think
that's still an active item.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, and number 6.
So that's the city manager. So that's currently in progress.
It's underway. And, it's going to take at least 6 to 8 months to complete.
Is that what you're thinking about, Stella? Is this your? is this
That's
same
the
thing?
one, right?
Well, part of it, yeah.
Okay.
But
I
this,
mean, yeah,
oh,
This
sorry.
is a CCTA.
This is a county-based one.
Right,
I mean, I've
right.
advocated in the past for a city one with more granularity.
Because the county one got
Well,
I
so
have-
broad with
I
so little
haven't
money.
read the scope. I just asked for it and I have to
Yes.
read it to be knowledgeable in what I'm saying, but my concern is just, is it at the level specificity that we need to make our own decisions for our roads?
yeah,
Like
we
we-
had that tri-city meeting in Orinda, and we had that presentation that just.
Right.
was- I won't
Yeah.
characterize it, but we all know what we saw.
what happened.
And
Before.
Yes.
yeah, and I'm just wondering what happened with that.
It actually got delayed, the issuance of the RFP, because cities were commenting based on your comments at the Tri-City meeting. And so I think the RFP was released just a few months ago rather than several months ago. I do not know whether it entirely addresses all your comments, so I might suggest I'd be happy to send the scope of work to all of you.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Councilmember Witherspoon had asked for it yesterday, so
Okay.
and then, we can return with, at a council meeting and you can make that decision whether you want to consider doing our own. I would say it will be an expensive undertaking. And I don't know whether there is the technology there to get what we exactly want.
I want to echo that point. I read the Berkeley one. I think they paid about $1,000 a page for their study.
383 pages.
Yeah, and the next conclusion was get out early.
It was, but there were a lot of other.
A lot of stuff,
action
but
items.
that was like the bottom line. Arinda's done something, been back and forth with emergency preparedness people about that. Very expensive. You get, for the amount of money they paid, you could probably give everyone one of those evacuation radios. So I think we want to be careful about yet another study where maybe there's other ways that might be more cost effective. I don't know. I'm not decided on.
I think now that they've done a lot of that good work, paid those hundreds of thousands
Yeah.
on it, we might be able to be more targeted and use what they found and say, okay, these are areas that we'd like to know the answers in our neighborhood, with our network.
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to get them to put in their study, things that would help us with ours. And, I didn't get a lot of hope that that was gonna happen based on the scope that we saw. Really thought it was just gonna be so general.
Right. That's what I would guess. I haven't read it, but yeah, countywide is a big area.
Yeah.
I'm happy to bring the item back to the full council with, after I send the scope of work out. And also identify what Orinda purchased, software.
They did.
Very
That's right. Very
expensive
expensive.
software that you can plug in, scenarios with which way the wind is blowing, temperature, and then it identifies evacuation routes. But in my personal opinion, that needs to be in the hands of fire experts when something actually happens, because we're not qualified to do that, but happy to share the current state of information out there. And then you can make a decision as part of the budget, whether you want to invest.
Okay. And number 7, and I think we can delete this. I think it comes within, number 5.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yes.
No, I like it having smaller numbers of
Yeah.
things that we can.
Yeah.
You've had on fire come present multiple times.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's right.
so I think I think now, let's say we have a closer liaison.
That's right.
With Confire, so this item is not, doesn't need to stand alone. Okay, all right, then, we're still in the same discussion. Okay, after the CCTA evacuation study is complete, consider developing objective standards for wildfire risk when making land use decisions. Okay, but the predicate to that is having an adequate evacuation study.
Yeah.
And so somehow we have to get there, but I just want to make sure everybody understands and is still in agreement that after we have an accurate evacuation study, then we want to look at our own, even if the RENA doesn't take it into consideration, ABAG doesn't take it into consideration, whether we want to take wildfire risk into consideration when we're making our land use decisions. Are we all still on board?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we leave this as it is then.
Sure.
Be there for a while, but yeah.
Okay, and then number 9, work with utilities and communications partners as outlined in the safety element. I don't know if we need to have that here. That's just part of what we do.
We do.
Yeah.
Right, so we can take it out.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I'm sorry, you are taking that one out?
It does feel like that.
It says, well, begin work in 26, so
But it's part of the,
It's part
could be
of,
part of our normal scope of work.
Right.
It's part of the, it's part of the lower part of the brochure.
okay, so then the question is, do we want to add things? And this brings us back to our discussion of the roads and the parking. And what I was hearing is that we wanted to have a look at the current situation and whether there are roads.
Right.
Where that is a problem, if there,
And if it's not, it's great.
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to write that in. I don't think we need to write that in here. I think we just say that's something we would like to see done.
Can you describe the task so Heather can
We capture it.
I think it's evaluate whether parking on certain roads would create a problem in case of evacuation or fire access need.
On high fire, like on the high fire day. Oh,
Well,
right. We're not gonna shut it down on a random
Right.
day, right?
No, yeah.
if we needed it, would there be a problem?
Yeah.
So, and because I know a little bit about Lafayette, are you talking certain areas?
Well, I thought we were talking about roads like Spring Hill.
Right.
And
We have all the single ingress and egress.
Is there
We
a
do.
canonical list?
Sorry.
You can probably call them evacuation route.
Yeah, evacuation.
Okay, evacuation.
Evacuation areas
Well,
as. Road
Is evacuation route, does that cover everything we're looking at? Cause you mentioned Bacon
Bacon
Way,
Way,
I mean,
yeah.
I see the problem there.
Yeah, it's a very long
Funneling,
road.
funneling down to one.
Yeah.
Right,
Well,
I think it's
yeah.
more the Stanley Spring Hill Road,
Uh-huh.
it's probably the evacuation route over there.
Stanley is, yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
Right.
yeah, I think that's just a large number of houses up that hill that are all going to be coming down. I think they do have parking on the side of the road.
if I designated Boyer Circle as a.
I remember
made it known.
that was just like I was thinking,
Right?
Heinz Stanley
And
too.
Boyer is a very much of a local street.
Yeah.
But because of the topography.
That's
and-
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those are the kind of things
That's
that,
exactly
that's
it.
365 days a year, no parking.
That was just because normal, but this we're saying like, again, that's more my concern is like, this would be like on the certain select days.
Yeah,
It would be a special thing, but then how do you, unless you have a sign that says red flag days, no parking, which might be the only thing you could do, because I just don't like, I would hate, but that
Well,
big
that's
kind of thing, how would you actually?
That's what
Orinda has this, what do they do?
Yeah.
They have the thing where it's like, it's reverse direction on exactly where they have.
No, there's parking
But on race
restrictions.
fire days, they
They
do
do,
have parking.
they have this, you know, I know, I've seen those signs.
But
That's right.
So they do have signs on red flag days, no parking?
I've seen the signs that say on it, it's an evacuation route in one way only. I haven't.
I think in Berkeley that are parking restrictions on red flag days. So when it's a red flag, the cars have to be gone.
So
But
may I
I
suggest that maybe what you wanna do as part of this is how would it happen? What would be the operational elements, of the signs on a certain day,
Right.
or how would they implement it if you were to do that?
I'd say Martina Road
Yeah.
is the one I live on, is a great contender for that.
Is there parking on Martina Road?
People do park there,
People do park.
and it's never
Yeah, that's
enforced,
different.
right? And it's not
Nice
right, and
phrase.
actually went through, you know,
Is that public or private? That's
Public.
Okay.
Public, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it might just be a couple of cars that are there, but that could be
Oh,
too many in the
Oh, yeah.
event that you need fire responders to access and then people to be leaving.
because we know the width of a fire truck, right? And then you have to have more than that, and there's a lot of roads in Lafayette that aren't more than that.
So the restriction might not affect many people. It might just be those few people that do leave the car on the street when
Right.
maybe they could squeeze it into their driveway off-road in certain conditions.
Okay, so I guess the question whether it gets written into the priority, or this is just a task to pursue. I'd say it's the latter.
Right, this feels pretty concrete, this task, we just get it done there. Yeah.
So it's something you wanna memorialize to see it happen,
Yeah.
or at least the investigation of it, but that maybe doesn't rise to,
Doesn't go in the,
into an outcome, but
Sure.
making sure it's captured as that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one thought, doesn't have to be this way at all, but this and the brush clearing stuff is all evacuation route related, so maybe you've got to ask.
Yeah.
A priority around evacuation routes
Well, that's a good
encompasses
idea.
some of these things.
Okay.
Mhm.
yeah, well, also coming back to.
And that's enforcement mostly, because it's the people that have to do it, right? Because it's their property, most of it.
There's private property piece, but also the stuff that, on fire has done, these Measure X funds. Where they
Right.
come and clean some stuff up.
But I think on these kind of roads, a lot of it, on these little roads, will be
Yes.
homeowners, just like guys.
Right.
Yeah,
Hmm. So would this be a new item to harden evacuation routes or?
How do you wanna, would there be other elements within that?
Well, the brush cutting, but then there's also the pre-positioning of the equipment. that we've talked about.
The boxes.
Another element, we need to come back to that anyway and decide how we're going to address that.
Now it's the asks of Grayson, that's what we.
That way,
Yeah.
that's right, that's the
Yeah.
only way, at some
Yeah,
point,
which fits in with the evacuation, repositioning the cones
it's
and
all
all
about
that.
hardening the evacuation, right?
Yeah.
Whatever. we
So what,
say.
yeah, why don't we call it that? That's a priority for this year, hardening
It was a
evacuation.
priority,
Yeah.
and there's a certain task that we have to get.
Yeah.
I think that's a
idea.
good framing.
Yeah.
I like that, where you
Yeah.
captured it. On the pre-positioning stuff, I kind of think of part of maybe it's the plan B if we can't get money from the state. I mean, just given the national reality there.
Mhm.
I mean, I love what Grace is trying to do, but I mean, it could be a pilot thing. Let's just do a couple,
Yeah.
figure out how it works.
It wasn't much of, what
No,
was the
like-
budget, you remember, it wasn't,
Yeah.
The ask wasn't
it
huge.
was less than 100,000.
Oh. To get all the boxes or whatever, for pre-positioning, yeah, okay.
And they put it in the budget.
No, this may be a doable thing.
So, yeah, it's a new subcategory.
Right, it's a new category.
Subtask for the first priority.
That's right, yeah, it's not number 4 on our list.
And just to go back, we didn't actually prioritize our priorities, 1, 2, 3. We just said, here's our 3 top,
Yeah.
and we happened to pick an order of them. Last year.
That's true.
Yeah.
Are there other outcomes that you see in under this priority?
Well, the other item we discussed, and I don't know if there's been any further discussion, is a siren.
Oh, yeah, no, there's some people in Spring
Has that-
Valley that are
has-
absolutely
Sirens.
super
Yeah.
excited about sirens.
Really?
It was more,
Yeah, I bet Happy Valley Glen would too.
it was more than 100,000.
That's
Yeah.
millions.
Wow.
What's the
There was
box?
a lot for just the
Just
boxes. Yeah, there were 17 spots though, so we can scale that way back.
It was 209,000.
We almost could pilot, we could pilot that, we could do
The-
4, and then
One,
4, you
yeah.
could almost.
Right,
yeah,
get the main
roll it out of that.
To roll them out,
You two are out of
Yeah,
town.
know.
figure how they look.
right,
Geometry.
little cart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not kidding, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
they're gonna want it.
I like, I
Yeah.
like the pilot idea, put 4 out there, see
Yeah.
how they look, see how they work.
Yeah,
Yeah, we know the intersections, right?
yeah, yeah. it's pretty- not working around.
Is that a task, an outcome?
It kind of goes under the hardened evacuation route,
Yeah.
right?
so under
Okay, so
hard
make
Yeah.
sure
evacuation
that
routes, yeah.
gets added in there.
Sure.
But is that something, I mean, I'm just asking, is that something we want to keep on our,
Sirens.
yeah, something to be
Okay.
discussed?
Okay, I'm sorry, we're talking sirens, we're not talking the box, we're talking sirens.
I thought we finished with the box.
So,
Okay.
I was preparing. Okay, good, now on sirens.
We're on siren.
So, I just have a question on sirens. So they would be, I'm imagining these I'm just thinking these poles with big speakers.
Right.
And there's some centrally controlled from city offices or something.
From
And
these
you hit a
guys.
button and it just kind of does a
Yeah,
sound.
in essence, that's what it is. Think about the tsunami warning.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sirens, right? That's kind of the first place they showed
And
up.
when a sound goes off, people leave. It's,
Yes, it's easier to notify people that way than even
Yeah.
CWS, right? Like, this is like,
oh no, I'm
Yeah.
trying to understand the.
Yes and no. There's a
No?
lot of nuances.
Okay.
Who pushes the big red button? Is it aligned with what the county wants us to do? So the county is actually starting to look into these warning sirens.
Good.
So there's a lot of back and forth. Sometimes, Berkeley has got 3 or 4 or 5 different tones, right? It's a tsunami
Right,
warning,
that's
and
my
the
report.
Oh, that makes
evacuation
sense.
warning.
But we only have, well, evacuation,
So.
this would just be evacuation.
Right, so the challenge is, people have been trained up on what the sound is, know what it means. People that don't, people that are coming in from out of town, right? There's an education piece that's there. There's also the question of what works at 2 AM when you're all asleep at home.
Right.
And voice stuff outside, which is the other option they were talking about, is alerts. Don't particularly work into the house unless you've got so many sirens or so many
Okay.
speakers around. And that's why we're pushing the NOAA radios, because that's an announcement in the house. So the position we took on this over the past year was the county, it's gonna be a countywide thing. It's probably something that is a combination of fire and the county that's deciding who gets, who should be evacuated. The police actually performed it. So they're looking into that and we figured we'd follow that.
Mhm.
And we go with the NOAA radio. So sirens, yes, maybe, but again, we've got to make sure everybody understands it, everybody can hear it. I don't know how many we need in this Spring Hill Valley, right? But it's probably.
But the good part is that if you have a place like Spring Hill, they've got a pretty sophisticated tree, you know, it's like you don't have to wake up very many people to get the news out,
Right.
right? And it wouldn't take, it would just be people helping people at that point.
So we
With
had,
radios, not.
With radios, right, with
Well,
whatever,
plus, you've
phone,
got the
you've got
alert
phone
that comes
trees,
with
we've
this
got everything, right?
Too, you know, we've had that a couple times, right?
Yeah.
They have that thing where they force that alert.
Which is great.
Off for everybody, you know, it's pretty. So
there's like 7 or 8 alert things that can come
Right.
your way,
Yeah.
from emails and phone calls and nixels.
Exactly.
And CWS has, phone, text and emails as well. These NOAA radios, people could use these local family radios as well. So there's a bunch of them
Yeah.
before we even get to siren.
that's right.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
So I don't want to
Yeah.
downplay it because it is something. to
I think it's
think
a
about,
tool in
but-
the toolbox for sure.
Yeah, but my take was the county is gonna look into this in detail and most likely the community warning system, it would be people that make most sense to push the button.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that
yeah.
we don't push the button when we shouldn't have,
Right.
like, or we forget to push the button, or we don't think to push the button when we're supposed to.
Mhm.
that, we had a meeting with a vendor.
Yep.
Several of us, and I mean, the technology's advanced far beyond what it used to be when those old, nuclear warning radio
yes,
things. But the who pushes the button question is the big one.
That's right, because there's kind of panic. I mean, that's almost my worry. When that thing happens, everybody just seems like.
So there's talk of doing a test on this, like, and I said, you could use the hill behind my house, and I was thinking, goodness, when that thing goes off, you'd have to sort of like pre-warn
oh,
everyone
of course
like
we
this.
would, right, yeah.
So it's like, I didn't want my career to end on that one.
And that's the kind of thing that they would, they do a test once a week, once a month at noon or whatever, so everybody's familiar with the sound of where it is. So,
That is a siren. That was a siren, the
Siren.
test?
yeah, if anybody's been in a town that has like a volunteer fire department,
Yes,
that's the kind of thing.
right, right. The thing about the tests is they're useful, but then people can get desensitized.
Yeah.
So it's really challenging. I think the radios are a very good
Yeah.
strategy to get into the houses.
Sure.
And if they could be, I mean, this is a technical issue, but you mentioned getting flood warnings, which may not have been the most dire thing for you to know about. Is it possible to limit to things like fire evacuation?
So there's about, I don't know, 30 to 50 different types of
Mhm.
warnings, and you can actually choose which ones you want.
Yeah.
Well, the radio I have at home, I just left the setup, which is pretty much everything, but there's stuff that doesn't apply at all to where we live in there. I don't remember all of what's there, but it's very specific to, the plains or Florida or, the snow country or whatever.
Or I got a tsunami one years ago that, National Weather Service or whomever just called it for the whole Alaska to San Diego.
We're probably pretty safe.
It wasn't obviously an issue,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about, telling people, not desensitizing them, giving them the right information at the right time, and then receiving it.
So what is the cost of these radios?
The personal radios we're talking about, $50 to $100.
Not much, that would be easy to.
I would say, both bushels of those and give them out.
I'm sorry, the weather radios are more like the $50 range, $30 to $50. Just search for, know all hazards with same on Amazon, you come up with 100 of them.
Yeah.
So.
And does CWS
A
connect to
recommendation
them?
would be good, right?
Mhm.
The one we should get
Mhm.
would be helpful, right? If there's 100 of them out there, I'm thinking
Yeah.
personally.
Yeah.
The CWS
Mhm.
transmit to that, or that's truly
Yes.
just NOAA weather?
So CWS, one of the things they do are these WIA, wide area alerts, which is the thing where your phone goes off without you asking for it, right? Those WIA alerts go out over and over radio
Okay,
channel.
yeah, so if you don't have.
In that major evacuation, a WIA alert would go out to let everybody know, and that would go out over the radios as well.
Mhm. And those are over the radio waves, like through the.
Yeah, it's like,
So you
it's
don't
FM
need
radio.
internet, yeah.
Right, so long as you, and it's the same channel that you get the NOAA weather stations. So long as you can pick up and listen to that station in your home, then you'll be able to get the alert on that same channel.
Is there anything we're missing here in this category? I mean, like, you've got public education, evacuation and hardening, working with Confire, as a, like, are we missing anything?
The only thing that hasn't come up in this category, but I think is the whole element, because I take, this is everything related to wildfire.
Yeah.
And it's insurance. And should that be a separate item, or are we leaving that under one of these categories?
Is there nothing we can do about it? So.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is it?
That's it. Yeah, the senator doesn't feel like he's got control of it either, because it's all up to the insurance companies and their models, right? So it is, I mean, the insurance commissioner can push a few things and requirements. I mean, for me, it's a big deal of what can we do to get the insurance rates down and stop getting people canceled. But it all comes out of the same thing, right? Defensible space, home hardening. If you do, they've got examples out there. If you don't just do your house, but you do an entire community, then all of a sudden there's a very significant reduction in insurance costs for those communities. And so that bigger picture, how can we keep pushing out basically home hardening a bunch of houses together, that potentially gets to the point where that entire neighborhood.
Yeah, and I guess there's also the approach, if you had better detection of ignition and better ways to respond to it, would that also have an impact on insurance?
It's the insurance company's black box, so
Yeah.
we don't know what they think about. The only thing we do know is this IDHS list of stuff that you can do to your house, which is all the stuff you already know of, vents and, hardened siding, the defensible space, first 5 feet. It's all the things you've heard of before. So I can send you the document if you want. It's a nice document. It's easy to understand.
So then just the sirens, we're gonna leave that with the Emergency Preparedness Commission, right? Okay, so then back to have we missed anything? Oh, sorry.
Andy, and we were at Senator Grayson's meeting, or maybe it was community liaisons. Confire talked about like an ambassador program.
Yeah, for sure.
Can you
Yes,
talk about?
they are working on that. We have meetings with them on that, and I'll let them announce that. I have mentioned, I think, maybe in a city council meeting as well.
With the liaison.
But it is something that's, I expect we'll hear about in the next couple of months, so.
Can you describe it?
So the ambassador program is, and MOFD has done this, some other places have too. It's basically a non-enforcement set of people that can come out and tell you what sort of things you should be doing to harden your home and do defensible space. So while it still comes from Confire, who has their code enforcement side, those two pieces are completely separate. And the ambassadors are actually people from our community that go through a mini academy of the things they need to know. And then they would be the people that would go around and give advice to the neighborhood. And so Confire is working on that. That's MOFD has got that already. Again, they're working on their own plans, which I think we'll hear about in a couple of months on it. But it's a good way to have a non-threatening person come out and talk to you about, the trees that should go and the defensible space you should have.
Yeah, and they're working with you, and will they be working?
So they're
with
doing
you?
it countywide. They're doing it countywide. So they've tapped a couple people that they're asking questions of what it works. But again, it's their baby. So we'll hear from them, and we're providing input.
Well,
That's come up at the Emergency Preparedness Commission. I know Stephanie on top is kind of all over that one.
Yes.
It's an extension of Firewise.
Yeah. Well, I think we heard at the liaison meeting, they were thinking of doing it on a pilot basis with one of the homeowners associations.
Right.
And I think that was Springham
Oh, great.
Homeowners Association, but we were also, well, as long as it leads to broader
Yeah, I'm kidding.
participation in Lafayette, that'd be good.
Right. So that's the stuff they're thinking through now. And how do they track it? What do they do? How do they train people up? That's
Okay, well, that's all to.
yeah, that's where they're at, and that's you know, I think they've got some good things from what I've initially heard, but I would like to respect them.
Yeah.
Being able to announce all of that. So,
I just want to pick up one thing you mentioned, Carl. It's been different, I've heard different things float around, like in terms of a fire notification, not notification, but like detection.
Mhm.
I mean, there's a satellite concept. I know there are these cameras that are positioned all over the place that John Cornell put one up, I think, in the park somewhere. I don't know.
they're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
He's put like 50 or 100 up and.
It's
Yeah.
awesome.
The alert
Shades down on my house now, just. But I don't know, is there like the way to sort of like diligence that or come up like what's out there, what works, or is there anything we should be doing that maybe kind of beyond our pay grade, but
Yeah, well, we have a resident in Lafayette who's studied this carefully because it's part of what he did professionally, but is aware of two separate satellite systems that are being developed.
mhm.
And I don't know if you met with Don Walker.
I have not yet, he's on my list.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's great.
Because he's following carefully what's happening with these systems and,
And they're up there, they've got pilots going up and everything, so
Yeah.
it may be happening.
yeah.
So that's not a category on its own, but maybe it's,
Well, that's actually, it is, that's under number, that's the wording that was left out in number.
Number 5.
Oh, the number.
Miss Word's fuel, special rapid response and early detection, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's it. And how much is that? How much is Confire? I mean, this is where like,
He was
This is
trying to get
when the
1.5 to
well,
engage and it.
they're not-
It's difficult.
Yeah.
So
see,
we're-
that's very expensive.
Yeah, so we're, I think it'd be good if we looked into that. That's why, I mean, it should be done statewide.
Right.
Mhm.
Or at least
Um,
countywide.
Yeah, well,
You know, because I mean, what's our scope, right? We don't want to look at some Lafayette because things can happen in the Orinda Hill. I mean, there's so many other things that can affect it.
yeah.
But yeah,
Do you have, not to push you, but I will push you.
No, I understand. I was gonna ask you, do you want to summarize where you think we are? Do you want me to
Make
do
sure
it?
that we cover any other outcomes you think most have been captured and those you're continuing with, and what we captured is perhaps a new outcome.
Yeah.
So the one that I maybe want to work on the wording, what we're seeing, and again, the ones you've talked about before, we're calling them outcomes, adding one fire hardening, which would have tasks underneath it, like the
Evacuation.
No, that specifically is evacuation route hardening.
that's
Yeah.
right. Now, fire hardening has a very,
Not fire
that's a very specific.
So it's
meaning.
evacuation, hardening,
Evacuation route hardening.
Right, perfect.
Not fire hardening, it's that.
okay? So within that, you have, do you see specific tasks, talking about safety boxes? The
I'm not gonna do
sirens
sirens.
issue,
Take that off.
Take that off.
safety boxes off?
No, no,
Siren.
that-
Sirens off. You said something about the EPC might.
yeah,
Yeah.
They
that's,
just go.
yeah.
Radios,
Yes.
very specific, home hardening,
No,
Ambassador.
you're talking about subtasks under evacuation? Okay, so it's the boxes, it's the, trimming up, limbing up, and eliminating vegetation along
so is
evacuation.
that the home hardening?
No, this is
It
just,
says road hardening.
Road,
basically.
yeah.
Backwards route.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're.
Brush clear.
But
They
it's
just say brush clear.
vegetation, addressing the
Right, it's
vegetation.
kind of all under evacuation or hardening, just so you know,
right,
maybe.
For me?
It's actually all under that fire
Right,
evacuation
things
or
are
hardening.
gonna come
Kind
up.
of what
Yeah.
contains that, the vegetation trimming, which we'd already talked about, plus there's like parking analysis.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like it's all, we're trying to like beef that part up, 'cause that's like one thing under our control, really, that we're responsible for. So I think that's why that's getting all the attention and adding aspects to that.
So the issue of home hardening,
that's not evacuation route.
That-
not
that's under-
That falls under other.
That's
Yeah.
under the 1 and 4 combination.
And, okay, so that is a new outcome.
Yes.
Yes,
It gets added, okay? And then we heard what you dropped off of here, just to make sure. Number 3,
Yes.
you combined,
One,
5 and, you combined 1 and 4, correct?
right,
yep,
And 5 and 7, you, 7 you dropped off.
right.
right.
And we dropped off 9.
Yes, number 9, dropped off. So you dropped off several. combined a few of them. You've added a new outcome. And then you've asked, for some specifics, the city manager will come back to you, right, with the scope of
With
work.
the CCTA scope of work and what other cities are doing so that they can discuss budgetary.
Okay. Then there was some specific things in Power EPC. That's what they'll be working on with community engagement 1 and 4. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, also, what about, the issue of what you were talking about, Jim, with terms of satellite, things like that? Is that something?
That's in number 5.
That's number
Okay,
5.
that is number 5.
Let's restore the
We
original
add the
word.
wording, we can update the wording.
Mhm.
And then in terms of RENA, engagement with Orinda and Moraga on wildfire risk. That's correct. But that's going on, it's not a separate outcome, it will continue, it'll be part of what is already within the outcomes, correct?
Under number 2. Yeah.
Correct.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I think anything that we have not captured.
I think that's
Let's
it.
keep Andy busy. That's our goal.
Yeah.
It's great.
All right, you're right on time. So we have scheduled 10:30 for a 10-minute break. You want to take that break?
Sure.
Okay, and then you'll come up with, talking about your priority 2, and you'll be hearing from staff on that.
Right. Andy, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
That's the reason I'm trying to recruit everybody.
know you
City to help with all this.
That's the way to do it.
Okay, we're back. And we'll open it for public comment on the wildfire priority. Anyone have anything to say about wildfire? Okay, no one, so we'll move on to
Priority 2, and your city manager is going to start.
I just wanted to let you know, under the Mount Diablo Corridor Plan, there are 6 subtasks. Stephanie is here to present updates on 1 and 2. I will provide an update on 3 and 4 and 5. And then Patrick has slides for the last one, which is the multi-mobility study.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Cervantes. I've met all of you, the assistant planning director filling in for Greg Wolf today. So just wanted to give you a quick verbal, update on where we are on priority, on items 1 and 2 of priority number 2. So regarding the preparation and adoption of objective design standards for the downtown buildings, as you were aware, there was an item that went to the city council in January, provided a lot of feedback. We are currently working with our consultant, and have scheduled meetings with the working group for March, to address that feedback and then bring back an item to go through the approval process, going to planning commission and back to city council for final adoption. So that's expected this spring, to wrap up. For item number 2, the 949 Moraga project, developing that site for affordable housing, staff has done a lot of work over the last few weeks. We actually have 2 items scheduled for Monday. One is with the city council. That agenda was posted to you earlier this week, or a waiver request for the planning application that was submitted. And staff is taking that application to a DRC Planning Commission joint meeting on Monday as well for their feedback and recommendations. We also are progressing on the DDA as well. And the city manager can provide more information regarding the details of that if needed. That's all the update I have for now.
Yeah, the DDA is almost ready to go. We've
What's
made.
the DBA again? Sorry.
Sorry, Disposition and Development Agreement.
Okay.
Am I right? Perfect, yes. And this is really formalizes the contract between the city and Saha. There are just a couple of points that we're still discussing. We were scheduled to bring it to you on Monday. It may still go ahead, but we want to get everything right, so it may be the subsequent meeting, but that actually finalizes the deal with you. Regarding the Silva, Greg and I have had 2 meetings with the owners, or the owner's representative. They are interested in proceeding with a housing project. They do have partners they're looking at. We've had some preliminary conversations about the process, what it would take, because we talked about a development agreement and putting the deal points in. We're also looking at alternatives to that. They would like to bring into the conversation the property they own on the north side, which is a very small, highly constrained property just west of Oakwood. So we hope to, we're meeting again in a couple of weeks, and we're going to keep that rhythm going until we can come back and report to you. But they're still interested. There is still discussions about the land that they are giving the city for recreational purposes.
Do you mind? What do they want to do with the north property? It's kind of a tiny little spot.
It
doesn't seem very.
It's highly constrained, and we've learned that the aqueduct pipes run underneath. So it is a constrained property, and so we're talking about its development potential, maybe transferring the potential to the south side.
I see.
Yeah,
Got it.
so.
Any details about what they might be thinking of?
They have not.
Okay.
Summer.
Yeah, no.
And regarding the Plaza Way update, you do have an item on the next agenda regarding the sale of the Campana property. The Plaza Way update, it had a couple of components to it. in the vision. One was the consolidated parking lot at the rear of of Plaza Way. The second are the design guidelines, and the third are the restrictive number of land uses allowed in Plaza Way. So together they form the overlay. Given recent changes in state law, we believe we can't achieve the vision of a consolidated parking lot because that would require the removal of the buildings in the rear of Plaza Way. So an update is not necessary per se. We will still try to make those physical connections between properties, but the chances of getting a consolidated parking lot at this time do not seem to, we don't believe will materialize. It's still, I think it's still a good idea to keep the restricted number of land uses, because what we really want to see are uses that activate the plaza, not service related uses. So there's no change there. And then, of course, the design guidelines are equally important because they're very specific to Plaza Way. So at this time, and given that the Campana building may be sold, we are recommending that this task be removed because we don't see a task at that.
Can I just ask, you mentioned state law and then removing buildings behind Plaza Way. Is that Campana only? Or are there other buildings?
There are two residential structures, one behind the McNeil property, which, and then the other behind the Wayside Inn. And
That's the
so
problem with the housing.
the vision was to remove those buildings and then have bring the Campana building to the front, and then have a larger parking lot with access both from Moraga Road and Golden Gate Way.
Okay.
It's a good vision still.
It's still good.
Hasn't
changed anything.
And moving on, plan for creeks, parks, and pathways. It is what I would call under the water level. It's something that staff is doing, the commissions are working on. And so we're recommending that it be removed from this list. It's part of what we do. When there's a project adjacent to a creek, we're going to be asking for some kind of access along the creek. So, and that brings us to number 6, which is the multimodal modality plan for Mount Diablo Boulevard. And I'm going to hand it over to Patrick. And Patrick is really going to put this in context of all the other projects that are going on in the downtown.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Today, I want to talk about the large number of transportation planning, design, and construction efforts that are taking place in our downtown area over the next several years. Many of these projects overlap geographically, thematically, and in timing. So today I just want to provide this comprehensive overview and just note that while these projects vary in scale and scope and funding sources, they do represent a collective body of work that will advance a multi-year effort to improve safety, connectivity, and multimodal access. So I'll start with construction projects that are underway, and then planning and design efforts, and conclude with how they fit together. So the next slide, sorry, back one.
Okay.
So first, although these projects differ in scope, they are guided by some shared objectives, safety and comfort, so reducing pedestrian and bicycle conflicts, and improving corridor safety and comfort for all users, closing network gaps between neighborhood schools, BART, and our downtown destinations, promoting mode shift, making walking, biking, and transit viable options to short vehicle trips, and thereby reducing pressure on congestion and parking demand, supporting our planned housing, so proactively acting today to manage growth to ensure that new residents in our downtown can meet their daily needs without increased auto dependence, improving safe access for students, seniors, downtown workers, and residents of all abilities, and then implementation readiness. So advancing projects to strengthen Lafayette's competitiveness for future grant funding. Next slide, please. So looking at some of the near and medium-term construction projects that are happening. First one is the BART Town Center and Bike Station project. This project, longstanding project, will improve pedestrian and bicycle access between BART and Mount Diablo Boulevard. It will expand bike parking at the station and create a public plaza at the town center pathway. That construction is imminent on that project. Connecting Lafayette, so this project will result in the construction of separated Class 1 facility on School Street and a pathway on Topper Lane. This closes a critical gap in our walking and biking networks between the La Miranda Trail and downtown, and also improves safety for students at the two schools on that street. And finally, Aqueduct Pathway. So funding is currently being secured for the construction of the segment of this pathway between Dolores Drive, where the pathway currently ends, and the BART station. More broadly, this project would result in the construction of a fully separated ped and bike path along the East Bay Mud right-of-way through downtown, connecting BART and running east to Pleasant Hill Road and beyond. And when constructed, will provide a direct, safe, and comfortable connection to walk or bike to jobs, school, shopping, and transit without relying on a car. Next slide. So this map shows where these three construction projects are distributed geographically, the numbers 1, 2, and 3. And you can see that these construction projects really contribute towards starting to form a continuous active transportation network feeding into the Mount Diablo corridor. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are some planning and design projects that are currently underway. The design phase for the Aqueduct Pathway project. So in addition to the funding that's being secured for construction of a segment of this pathway, funding from MTC is enabling the design phase of the broader pathway alignment between Dolores Drive and Pleasant Hill Road. So of course, completing this design will allow us to phase implementation of construction and also compete more competitively for construction funding. The BART Station Access and Circulation Study. So this study supports compliance with MTC's Transit-Oriented Communities Policy, the TOC policy, by advancing safer multimodal access within the half-mile station area. And this compliance helps to position Lafayette for future regional transportation funding. So among other things, this study will help us evaluate gaps in the pedestrian and bicycle networks within that half-mile radius of the station, and will help to identify concepts to fill those gaps, as well as enhance safety, reduce conflicts, and improve multimodal access to and from transit. And finally, the downtown parking management study is almost complete. This study updates our 2016 parking management strategy and focuses on both public and private on and off-street parking within the Mount Diablo Boulevard corridor. Broadly, the goal of the study is to balance parking supply and demand while accommodating anticipating housing growth, supporting our diverse land uses downtown, and advancing multimodal travel. Next slide, please.
Patrick, do?
Yeah.
So can I ask a couple questions here?
Yeah, of course.
So do we actually have on the BART station access, the middle one, does it actually start? Do we actually have the people, you say February, have they actually started yet? I know we've been waiting.
We have yes, so MTC gave us a consultant team and we had a kickoff meeting last week.
Okay, very exciting.
They're
So
underway. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask this now before you get to number 3 on the multimodal. You know, looking at these, the BART station access and circulation study and our multimodal mobility study. It seems like the BART station access should be a subcategory of the multimodal. So we got 350,000 going into that study. We have allocated 300,000 for the multimodal. How can we bring them together? I know it's going to be different consultants, but
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between those two studies for sure, although the BART station and access study will ensure compliance with the TOC policy for the access and circulation component of that TOC policy. So it is important that we address those other issues. Ensuring there's a complete streets guideline that meets MTC's guidance. There's a few other categories. So we still need to ensure we are compliant with the TOC policy.
Sorry, Patrick.
Yeah.
TOC means?
Transit-oriented communities. So MTC is developing.
It's not done yet, right?
Policies regarding housing, parking and station access and circulation within a half mile of the major transit stations in the Bay Area. And they claim that they will be requiring compliance with the TOC policy broadly to future funding opportunities, grant funding opportunities.
Now is the OBAG 3 or?
Yeah,
4.
Well, so where are we on the MTC TOC policy?
They haven't released the
They haven't.
updated guide.
Yeah, so the last we heard is they've pushed, we had a deadline of early 2026 was when we were gonna
Yeah.
be required to show that we were compliant. They have since pushed that deadline to 2027. We don't know early or late, but they have pushed that deadline out.
And they haven't sent us any revisions.
They have not.
Okay, so
it's not
what,
finalized
what
yet.
the subcommittee saw, that's the last thing that's out there. So we don't know what changes are gonna be there. But in the meantime, they're going ahead with this, the consultants working on this study. How much input can we have on the MTC study to get help with our own corridor study? I mean, looking at the numbers here, I mean, these 4 studies, it's $1,120,000 for studies. Of basically the same area. And,
And MTC's funding all of it, yeah?
I mean, in one sense, this is very exciting.
These 3 are all funded by MTC, no local matches.
Yeah.
These 3 right
Right.
there.
Yeah.
They can help us do a lot of good work.
Yeah, I mean, this is great that we've got all this going on, but just trying to, you think about all that money going for studies, just trying to.
Well, the bottom one, I think, is basically
Optimize.
done, right? I mean, to be clear, right? The parking study is more or less wrapped
Yeah,
up,
no,
right?
yeah,
So I guess that
right.
one's the method on too. But I agree with you, that middle one is like, I know, for that one and the multimodal be going on, like,
They just
it's
seem-
parallel.
Right.
Like, oh
For
my
us, it's the same thing in Lafayette. right?
Yeah,
It is
well,
the
but I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, I think the union is greater than each because this one's gonna be it's a half-mile circle around BART. It's gonna be kind of areas that we wouldn't, but it's like, oh my gosh, it'd be sure nice, I agree, somehow. So, and do you have, and this is where it's like, I mean, but we are hiring the multimodal thing versus MTC is assigning consultants to us, right? So do we have control? I mean, how much control do we have, over what they're studying, or do they have like a template that they just kind of do?
They have a template,
Could you send us that template?
I'm sorry?
Could you send us that template?
Yeah, of course.
So we'll have an idea of where they're going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the template broadly is, again, to ensure compliance with their TOC policy
But they haven't.
in the station access and circulation element of it. I've been focusing on the identification of the multimodal gaps within a half mile of BART, and that's what I told them we want to emphasize, and that they need to coordinate with whoever we hire for the multimodal study, the broader one. I was going to discuss this a little bit later, but I was also envisioning setting up a multimodal task force that could help to oversee all of this work to ensure consistency, making sure that all the frameworks are aligned, and the public engagement is streamlined. Everything can be streamlined through this task force. So that could help, or that I think answers some of your question.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah. It's like, I feel like this middle one here is gonna be kind of more technical. That's what I'm envisioning. It's gonna be a little more charts and graphs or whatever, and then the one the one that we're paying for is a little more aspirational, conceptual,
Yeah.
whatever, but.
Okay. So this does bring us now to the Mount Diablo Corridor Multimodal Study. I think the Rupert coined it the M3 study, for short. So this will serve as the parent study, establishing a 20-year vision and framework for how walking, biking, transit, and vehicle travel function together in our downtown. This is intended to serve as a vision and a framework to help determine where and how multimodal improvements in the study area would be most impactful over time. Importantly, this study will integrate findings from concurrent studies as well as influence the direction of the other efforts. So, but again, this would be the parent study. The study area runs from Acalanes Road to Pleasant Hill Road, generally along the Mount Diablo spine. An RFP was recently released for this study, and we are working to kick things off by early summer 2026. So underneath this M3 study, I've got two sub-studies listed. I've listed them as sub-studies because I've done some advanced technical work to support each of them. But before advancing them, my intent is to incorporate further consideration of these bodies of work within the broader multimodal study so that nothing is looked at kind of independent of each other. The first one is right turn on red restrictions. This study would evaluate whether or not restricting right turns on red at 3 key intersections on Mount Diablo Boulevard could improve pedestrian safety and comfort. So the work here will consider those safety and comfort advantages alongside the resulting operational impacts within the overall multimodal framework. And then the second study is the Moraga Road redesign concept study. So in anticipation of an expected future resurfacing of Moraga Road, this work would consider potential roadway reconfiguration options when we put the road back together. So I'm envisioning that we would look at pedestrian and bicycle safety, left turn access, and traffic flow along this corridor.
Sorry, quick.
Yep.
That's great. Both are good. The funding seems oddly specific, like you.
Yeah, that's because I've already done the technical work, and that's.
And I'm surprised. It's almost like I would expect these guys to be flipped. It feels like the Moraga Road redesign is really interesting and conceptually have all sorts of different options. We're going to have, a lot of intense public interest, to put it mildly, on what happens in Moraga Road versus the middle one feels pedestrian is not the right word, but feels like, oh, that hasn't been done before in a bunch of different areas, and we have to kind of take some best practices and learn. So I'm kind of curious why your estimation is what they are.
Well, no, this isn't an estimate. This is what was paid for the technical work for each of these two studies.
So it's already.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done. Yeah, I just feel that it's just that bottom one. It's like quiet. It makes it really interesting.
So, to advance those two studies, I definitely want to incorporate them within the broader M3 study. Next, Suzanne. So these are some longer term planning and design projects that I wanted to acknowledge. The first one being the pedestrian and bicycle access on Pleasant Hill Road through the Highway 24 interchange. So this would consider improvements for peds and bikes traveling along Pleasant Hill Road, connecting north and south of the interchange. So you're aware that we've done 100% PS&E design plans for the center median pathway within this alignment. City Council has directed staff to evaluate alternate alignments. And we do want to consider those alternate alignments given the framework set up by the M3 study, but also we want to make sure it's aligned with the design of the aqueduct pathway as that hits Pleasant Hill Road. So for now, we want to kind of hold off on that and make that a bit longer term to ensure that whatever's done on Pleasant Hill Road is fully aligned with everything else that's going on downtown.
Yeah, I think on that one, when we last had it at the council, we said we were going to wait until Caltrans had completed its work. Has Caltrans completed what it's going to be doing?
We believe that the RRB installation is complete. And council had directed staff to consider an east side alignment. Right. We want to make sure that we want to include a west side alignment as well, given that the aqueduct pathway would hit Pleasant Hill Road right there by the terraces. And so we do want to make sure that we are considering all the alignments and then also what's going to happen north of Deer Hill Road.
Yeah, okay.
What do you mean north of Deer Hill Road?
Meaning,
Oh,
we want to make
extension on
sure
the
that,
West side possible.
right, so that.
Okay, so that's still in play.
Well, I guess my question on that is what is the condition of approval for the terraces related to a path to the north? Is there something in there?
We have talked to Caltrans about putting the pathway on Caltrans right of way adjacent to the terraces property. So right in between the freeway and
Yeah, no,
And the terraces.
I was thinking north of Deer Hill.
oh.
Is there a requirement for pathway?
I will have to.
Okay, well, just hold that, but I guess what you're saying makes sense to me in terms of waiting till
Mhm.
2027. But I guess one question I have is whether it should come to the council for formal direction, because the last direction from the council was to wait until Caltrans had completed their work. We had evaluated the impact that
We
made
haven't
them.
seen that, right?
And then decide what to do. I understand what you're saying, and I think that's an important thing that should be considered, but I just, rather than do it here, I just wonder if that should be a formal agenda item.
I think it's a good idea to bring back a status
That's
report.
somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, people are asking what's going on with it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, to share some information about the aqueduct pathway extension to Pleasant Hill Road, the design,
Mhm.
and also the integration with the potential west side alternative.
Because just to confirm, the pathway, or where the aqueduct goes is, it doesn't follow Deer Hill Road, right?
Correct.
Yeah, well, it does follow Deer Hill Road until it gets to the terraces property.
Right.
And then it's more along the ledge that's above the freeway.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And where exactly does it hit Pleasant Hill Road?
Yeah, I'd like to see that map too. That'd be great.
Wait, was it on your map?
There was an
You
approximation.
go down, I think one,
I think it's probably around Akalani's Avenue.
Right, there,
so
right.
that is rough. But it does, you can see on the east side of Pleasant Hill Road, if you look at an aerial, you can see the right of way very, very clearly. I mean, this is very, very approximate, but it hits Pleasant Hill Road between Deer Hill Road and the interchange.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
you can-
generally closer to the
Yes,
interchange.
you can look across the street and see where
They have a bunch of infrastructure right at Akalani's Avenue. They
Right.
own some of the
Exactly.
parcel
Yeah.
on the north side,
Yeah.
northeast side. So I'm assuming it's pretty much there and then
Right. And
at least
under,
it goes in some angle to the other side.
okay.
Sorry, Suzanne, can you go back one? Just quickly, two more longer term efforts. So bicycle and walkways master plan updates. I applied for a grant through Caltrans in late 2025 to update these two master plans. So if funded, we could update our citywide bicycle and walkways master plans. And of course, this would be fully aligned with the recommendations emerging from these other studies. And then finally, I wanted to acknowledge the circulation element update. So this will incorporate transportation findings into our longer range general plan policy. And then back to the map, please. So this map just shows the full network of all of these planning and design efforts. So advancing all of these projects concurrently will allow us to align our recommendations, avoid conflicting investments, streamline public engagement, which is really, really important, and then also move incrementally towards a more multimodal downtown. The yellow shaded area are the study areas for both the parking study and the multimodal study. So I mentioned this before, but to support this coordination, staff intends to form a multimodal mobility advisory committee to provide integrated and coordinated advisory input across all of these efforts before formal commission and council action. So in short, there isn't one study that's driving this vision. It is definitely a coordinated portfolio of projects at various levels of maturity that are collectively advancing a safer, more connected, and more multimodal downtown Lafayette.
Can I clap?
I know.
All I can say is we're very happy. You're doing all this.
Are you kidding? My thing was like, don't get hit by a bus.
This is
A lot you're juggling.
this is fantastic. Thank you very much.
This is exciting.
More progress
So-
than we've seen in a quite long while,
Yeah.
so it's
This
fabulous.
is great. Why don't we get public comment and then we'll come back for questions and comments and discuss it. So is there any public comment on this priority?
No.
Okay, so back to the council. We can address them one by one and then we'll come to the question Jim raised the last time. Are we missing something that we need to put in here?
Put one more little overlay on this. Right.
Can I ask one
Sure.
thing? Just how does the CCTA countywide and La Miranda street signals project fit into this?
So the Smart Signals project, you're right, is another construction project that's happening, starting this summer. And you're right, I probably should have included it in that, but yes, that work, is a CCTA project, but they are anticipating, construction starting in 2026
In Lafayette.
in Lafayette.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
And that one's just,
So they'll be installing, but then also more information about the capabilities will come out. And they gave a presentation at Transcirc recently
Right.
at kind of a high level, but I'm assuming that, I mean, I'm guessing there'll be kind of like a user manual for all the controls you can have, and then that could potentially be your reference for these projects on your list?
That's
like
right.
What you could use in
makes
the
us-
technology to accomplish your goal?
Right, right.
Okay.
That project will allow us to respond more quickly to incidents or be able to adjust signal timings to test out new concepts with signal timing and phasing.
Right, so then would that, 'cause you also had presented to Transcirc the right turn on red restriction. So that was a whole analysis that was done, modeling analysis was done without thinking about the potential from the Sixth Street. Sorry, I'm getting my
Smart signals.
smart signals, thank you. So would that have to be redone or recast?
No, the Smart Signals project presumably will start with our current signal timing, signal phasing. It just makes it easier to adjust or view what's happening in real time on the streets with the signal, the current signal timing.
Okay, so possibly optimize the current signal timing to meet some of the goals of all these sub-studies.
Right. Yeah.
So let me approach it from a little different angle, because the last couple of years, I've been concerned about putting in infrastructure of whatever type before we do the multimodal mobility study, which is to look at, do we want to make big changes to our infrastructure? So going ahead with the Smart Signals project, is that going to be adding anything that's going to be difficult to change?
No,
Later?
it makes it easier to change.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
No, but are you talking about locations of these?
Yeah,
Like,
location.
can we change the
Of the
locations of the signals? I think that's the question he's asking.
No,
physically-
the locations are fixed at this point because they are completing their design of the project, but it does include all the signals on Moraga Road and Mount Diablo. All are critical.
Okay, I just
intersections.
practically, there's nothing, I mean, that's
Right.
just gonna go ahead and,
yeah.
okay.
They're upgrading the technology in the signals, they're not adding new signals.
Oh,
or-
correct.
Right.
Thank you.
I
Yeah.
think they're, you
So-
know,
And that was my clarifying question. Why mine was
Sorry,
like,
just- it'll give you better, better capabilities to adjust
That's
the
right.
infrastructure to meet the
Yeah.
challenges or the requirements of some of these studies, right?
And understanding where queuing is happening, potentially why it's happening, what happens when, with the queuing when, Highway 24 is backed up, as an example.
Right.
We'll be able to view that in real time.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so, shall we go through?
One
these?
more question.
Oh, sure.
Why is the construction for the aqueduct until 2029? Main reason.
This is, the bulk of that funding is coming from the STIP program, the State Transportation Improvement Program, and that's the earliest that the funding is available.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, just to follow up on that, so we've got the, the complete design all the way to Pleasant Hill.
No, we don't.
No, that's underway. When will that be completed? What's the?
We're hoping by the end of this year.
Of 20, okay, so that's not gonna impact, because I'm thinking then we're gonna have shovel-ready projects.
Right.
To go
Yeah.
to our earmarks and all that.
Oh, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Sorry, I may have missed what you were saying, but, the aqueduct pathway project design phase, what level of design is that? Is it planning level or engineering?
Full 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
So
Wow.
it's, so
Oh, wow.
it's shovel-ready, I mean,
Yeah, which is so good.
I know.
Okay,
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick.
Yeah.
My question, sorry, the following, so the parking study, why is that still kind of in limbo? I thought we were kind of really close to releasing that. Now we're saying first half of this year?
It's going to, transfer next Monday,
Okay.
or, sorry, week and a half, March 2nd.
Okay.
And then
We're gonna
we
get
come
it
to
in
council
April.
Okay.
within a month of that.
One more question.
Sure.
So for all of these studies, especially, well, really, they're all downtown. Will the CCTA evacuation study findings, be available to make as inputs into this series of studies and plans? I mean, is the timing right? Because, I have this concern, I don't know if you were here at the
Yeah,
point we were
right.
discussing the granularity.
Yeah.
How applicable to our unique and specific needs in Lafayette are compared to a countywide study, which I imagine will be very broad.
Yes, the evacuation study should be an input into these studies. Certainly I'll work closely with Andy on that. And, if we are proposing making changes on Moraga Road or Mount Diablo, we will have to consider evacuate or wildfire risk as well.
Yeah, and my thought is, the modeling, like what level of specificity?
Oh, yeah,
Because if you're doing traffic analysis and modeling, but we don't have a comparable input on the evacuation constraints and
yeah.
issues, it seems like we don't have a good integration. Unless we had a detailed view or focal analysis of Lafayette.
Right. And I'm not convinced the CCTA study will give us that granularity either. I'm assuming.
And that, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm not speaking very clearly, but that is exactly my concern.
Yeah.
That'll be like the missing puzzle piece maybe in
Yeah,
all of these great studies that you're conducting and leading.
okay, yeah. That speaks to just greater coordination with Andy
Yeah.
and his work, yeah. And on fire.
Yeah, and possibly funding and scope and whether to do more work in our domain, in our territory.
Okay, shall we go through the categories?
Right.
Do you want me to do
Go
it?
ahead.
Okay, so our first one, the objective design standards. And I think we just want to keep that in there. We hope we'll be finished with that by the next fiscal year, but
Right.
we're working on it, so let's keep it. The second one, let's keep it. We want to keep the.
That'll be going for years, right?
On that one. The three, the Silva, I don't think we changed that one. We're just moving ahead with that. Number four, the recommendation is to take that off. I think that's right. It's not a priority at this point. Number five, the staff recommendation is taken off. Now, I have a little bit of disagreement with that one, because I think the reason we put that on there is that we see how important it is to have parks in the downtown. We have the advantage of having this asset of the creeks, and we want to make the most of it. We got the 2017 master plan. So we put this in here because it's something we've always talked about having as a priority, parks, and that downtown. So I think I'd like to keep that in there. It's just something that's just keep that top of mind.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. I agree. In addition, there's just I don't even know if this comes under this whole Mount Diablo thing, but, you just keep reading about how all the storm drainage stuff and how our local creeks, are they ready for climate change, right? And that is something that I know a lot of those cities, and I don't know if our downtown creeks are ready for the kind of rains that we're gonna be getting. I don't know where that falls. But it's, climate change means basically you get all the rain just faster, right? It's the same amount of rain for the season, but it all comes in like 3 days instead of weeks and months. And I don't know if any other cities are looking into that or what.
We can check to see if other cities.
Yeah.
This is like the mega storm.
The mega storm.
Article in the New York Times a couple of years about.
Yeah.
So like.
No, it's coming,
They'll
it's
just
just
over a few hours.
few hours rather than, and that would be devastating for our downtown, right? And so,
Well, and all of our creek neighborhoods.
and all the
Well-
creek neighborhoods, right?
And in 2023, we came pretty close.
Right.
To hitting the top of the creek bank.
Really, in downtown?
Yeah, that.
Actually, I did not know that.
The camera that showed.
Yeah.
Andy, did you? Okay, I think it was.
Okay, so we need to
Public
bring
Works.
this back.
Public Works had that. We came pretty close to the top of the creek as it makes the turn. It's after Lafayette Creek comes into, it's our main creek.
Alright.
Las Trompas? No, Las Trompas.
Okay.
Trompas. Creek,
Okay.
right there, one building off of Mount Diablo Boulevard.
Right.
We got up to the top.
Okay, well,
Behind our
We
stores, like.
could let you, we could return with a report telling you what other cities are doing and how.
and a report
Yeah.
back on that, because that is something that none of us are very familiar with.
That's a concern also for the culverts, roadways that are over creeks. And the infrastructure that could be vulnerable.
Right.
And expensive.
What year was that? I just wanna.
Well, I think this is a specific
But,
task.
but I think you were saying that when the city manager comes back, you wanted that addressed as well, what has happened in the
Yeah,
past or
I
not?
don't even know where to, is
Yeah.
this even the right place to?
No,
put it?
I
don't
think,
even
I
know.
think this comes up, I think this is just something that arises during the meeting that we'd like staff to look at. As
Right, yeah.
opposed to something that's
At this
within the.
point, we'll tell you what the,
Experience.
what other cities are doing and
Yeah,
what.
I think that's a good,
Okay.
because that's, yeah, because, well, okay. So far as I'm aware, the two big differences, the changes, climate changes that are gonna affect Lafayette, one is that.
Right.
And the other is higher winds,
Right.
and I don't know what we can do.
That's the wildfire risk thing that we're,
Well, it's also tree fall, it's also hardening of the electrical infrastructure.
right,
Because there's gonna be more trees falling on more,
And no undergrounding, so.
more wires, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
So then you are on number 6.
yeah, number 6, I
You're
think we,
keeping.
I don't think we're underway on that, all the studies are great. Now, the one thing we talked about, and I just want to see if the council is willing to say it's a priority or how we do it, but I really think we need to have top of mind, in the same way we have downtown parks, this idea of having protected bikeways from each quadrant of the city to the downtown. Because unless we say that's something we really want to have and make it a priority, it's not gonna happen. So,
or somehow get to the aqueduct.
well, yes, I mean, we have for the southeast part of the city, we have got the trail.
Right.
And we, now with the School Street project, you'll be able to make the transition over to First Street or, well, that's the safest way, down to downtown. But for other parts of town, we're gonna have the development on the De Silva property, unless it's a senior development. We're gonna have 300 families out there and there's really no safe way to bicycle to downtown.
Right,
Well,
right.
you can get to the the aqueduct, but you have to come down to Risa Road in order to do that. So, but we need to keep that in mind and plan for it. And from the northeast quadrant, there really is no way right now.
So wouldn't this come out of the bike ped study or
Mhm.
master
Yeah.
plan
Well,
revision?
but
But that's not on the list for the coming year.
yeah,
Mhm.
I just,
Mhm.
well,
I mean, I don't have a problem thinking
Set a
that's our
mark
goal.
how
whatever,
to
like,
do it. Yeah, I just wanna,
Objective.
you know, does the whole council think that should
Oh.
be something we keep in mind?
I would wanna study it, just to understand are there constraints or what are
There's
the
definitely
trade-offs, you know, I
constraints.
mean, so. That's where I was thinking along the lines of the plan, maybe that kind of analysis would come out of that.
It should come out of the bike ped master plan. That's a citywide, effort.
Which would cover all those quadrants
Mhm.
and look at connections and possibilities and gaps and.
But this would be an input into that plan. I mean, it would be one of our key tenants or whatever would be, we
Is
desire
there?
protected bike lanes from the four major quadrants of, Lafayette to downtown.
Mhm.
I mean, that'd be like one of the,
Mhm.
right? That's how you would manifest that goal.
Right.
Is you kick it, you have the plan.
I guess I'm saying,
That, right?
in the development of the plan with public input.
Right.
This goal would be illuminated, you know. is it-
Yes, I'm with you, but I think I just think it's slightly the other way around. I don't want, I'm thinking you don't have the public input rise it. You say that is one of the tenets that the plan intends to manifest. That's one of the goals of the plan, is to figure out how we get protected bike lanes from the corners, right?
yeah.
And that's the way, I guess I'm
I would
only,
agree with that.
that's the only way I would say. I mean, I think I think we get to the same result. I'm saying it's more like going in, that's, you know, that's because we need the plans, like, well, like what, we need a framework for what we're planning for. If we're planning for, you know,
This is a goal, can it be designed, can it be implemented? So one I'm thinking is Happy Valley Road.
Oh, I know.
From that
Exactly.
quadrant,
Exactly.
that seems really constrained.
Totally constrained.
And that would be the
But-
example of analysis.
right, but that one actually, ironically, Happy Valley Road and Upper Happy Valley Road both have like a pathway that they've designed, but to make it a protected bike lane, do we gotta put in a curb, which isn't there? I mean, that's where it's like, so the plan would be, what does it mean to put in the curb? So it's really.
Well, so we right of way,
Well,
and
as part of
space
the,
and
exactly,
bigger.
the right of way. Cause I mean,
Tupper Lane comes out of that.
well, okay, so I'm questioning whether we wanna, you've got the bicycle and walkway master plan under additional planning efforts here, and you are seeking funding. I wonder if we want to pull that out and actually make that a priority, moving that along. I mean, I'm seeing it from the perspective of the last 4 years, I've been talking about protected bike lanes. And we don't seem to be any closer to looking at them or doing anything
Mhm.
with respect to them, unless we
School Street top.
start. Yeah.
Just acknowledge that was a huge lift.
No, I know, I understand that, but that's in the center of the city.
Yeah.
And we did talk about that as connecting southeast
Right.
Lafayette to the downtown, but we've done nothing for the other quadrants.
Well, this Spring Hill Alvarez quadrant, the aqueduct plus this pathway, we are gonna cover it.
But I think you need to look at it from the perspective, the overall perspective of your goal is to come up with a protected bike lane, unless you say,
And I think it is a protected bikeway, right?
well, I don't know if that's.
Okay, all right.
It's being looked at from that direction.
Okay,
You mean, the aqueduct trail is the spine concept of a protected pathway, but how does it connect to other?
Yeah,
You're
where do
right.
you go from there?
Yeah. Like if
Maybe
you're-
if you just think, if you start from the perspective, okay, we want to have protected bikeways. Okay, and that's our goal. So then when you look at each of these individual things, you say, well, okay, how does that lead us to a protected bikeway? Or how does that at least not do something that would
sure.
hinder a future protected bikeway?
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's a policy input to a master bike ped plan to be prioritize class 4 facilities over class 3. Class 3 being the ones that are share roads on the road, no specific special zone. But to do that at that high level so that you kind of have that policy direction and see what's possible.
Right.
And the active or the multimodal advisory committee could start with that, using, setting that as a framework, at least for the downtown area. And that at least establishes the goal, at least in part, for a good chunk of the
Yeah,
city.
well, even the, the MTC study covers a half a mile from the BART station.
Right.
That actually does
It should
include
include.
Happy Valley
That's right.
Road.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
So
so
we should get
keeping
that
that in
right.
mind, but again, you've got to say, okay, our goal is to end up with protected bikeways. Unless I think you have that as a goal.
Yeah.
You don't know where you're gonna get.
It's really important for DeSilva too, right? Like you pointed out,
Absolutely.
right?
And
And going in all the way to Aqualani's Road,
Yeah.
right?
yeah, and all the, I mean, just as a minor thing, the West Reach project, we're talking
Yes.
about, what we're gonna do there, taking out parking places. Is that where we want to have the bikeway? We're moving ahead with that, but that's before we're doing the multimodal study. All these things fit together. I just want to make sure we don't do something that we would have done differently had we looked at it at the beginning, saying, okay, we want to have these bicycle pathways.
So I believe the city manager also has some input.
Council Member Cervantes.
Yeah, no, I think I'm good with it as a concept, I guess, but we're not necessarily locking ourselves in here. It may be that on a given stretch, it's just not feasible. I mean, but at least we're trying to identify,
Right.
I mean, we've got a goal, but
Yeah.
we may not get there in all places. I mean, that just may be reality for us.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying unless we say we want to
Yeah.
do this,
Yeah, that's fair.
and everything we plan on, at least thinks about, keeps in mind that that's our objective, it's not gonna happen.
I'm good with that.
Processing what you're saying, if the concept is the same as 5, plan for parks, creeks and pathways, and protected bikeways connecting neighborhoods to the downtown, that's great. I'm only looking at deliverables. And I do agree that if we want to get to where do the bike lanes go, how do they connect? That has to be under the umbrella of the updating the bikeways master plan. And that also helps us if at all we get a major development along the road, we can ask because we have a plan, adopted plan. Yeah. I just think given the tasks are in the current upcoming fiscal year work plan, I don't think we have the capacity to update the bikeways master plan because Patrick is going to be involved in M3 and all the other projects. But as a concept, I mean, that's something we can share with staff, with the Circulation Commission, with DRC planning as a council directive, absolutely.
Okay,
It's reasonable to say that the M3 will kind of do that donut hole analysis of the bike ped master plan. And then when you get the money, you'll be doing the periphery, which will be the neighborhoods. So we'll start, we'll get ahead, we'll not put it off forever.
We'll also cover the, southwest part of Lafayette, assuming it's gonna come along, at least part of it, along Mount Diablo.
Yeah, exactly.
Just random people.
Are there other outcomes that
Would you
you?
like to add that to?
Yes, to number 3, yeah, I like that, so at least it's in there.
Under 5.
Number 5.
So
Feet?
it would be stated in a way to make sure that the staff is aware of this being a council goal.
And the commission.
I number 5 as it's framed, I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Are we
part of
overloading this
Chris
particular one a little too much?
Well, let's just, maybe we see, how can we do this? Because this whole priority is the corridor. And all these things are
That's right.
basically under the rubric of implementing the housing element and planning for the corridor. So it doesn't quite fit there. I just want to have the council on record that this is a goal. So maybe this isn't the place to do it. Maybe we bring it to a council meeting. Or we can do it.
Make it a new category, is that what?
Well,
you're
but
saying?
see, this is basically the Mount Diablo corridor we're talking about here.
How would you do it in
it
the
doesn't-
company, though, like at the,
Well-
like have Patrick do a report out on stuff?
Well, let's
we
just,
kinda go,
our list of everybody who it's relevant to is here, so shall we just say this is our a priority is looking at, we would, if it's feasible to do it, we would like to develop protected bikeways from each quadrant.
So
We'll
be
keep that.
memorialized.
Yeah.
Just by you letting staff know that.
Yeah.
Keeping that in mind, and every time we put in concrete, is it getting in the way of a protected path?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, and then, Jim's, is there something we missed here in terms of what we're?
I'm
in the
thinking about the
corridor?
evacuation routes and understanding that input into these, and I know we talked about it with respect to wildfire prevention as maybe a task, staff would share the scope of the CCTA study, but is there,
It was not in the safety element.
yeah,
The safety element, we said when
But-
you're ever,
But you're thinking more, well, because in the RFP, that's one of the considerations is evacuation routes, right? We,
for the multimodal.
I'm pretty sure we built in
I believe.
the multimodal,
I believe so.
I'm pretty sure that we
Yeah.
said evacuation routes are one of the things that they'll take into
But it's-
consideration. So it's more the actual concrete evaluation of the capacity of the evacuation routes that you're concerned about.
yeah, and what's possible to change to optimize, or
Yeah,
what are constraints to be aware of and to use
yeah.
considerations of the pros and cons of potential designs and facilities.
And so I guess where we are now on that is that that's something the consultant is going to keep in mind on this with the triple M study.
But I guess, my concern is what data will they have to
They
work
won't
with?
have any data.
No, we did, remember the safety element and our Vision Zero, didn't we kind of outline whenever you do changes to, especially our evacuation routes, any traffic, any like road diets, any of those kind of, any mitigation that gets thought of has to pass by police and fire.
But
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I guess you
like
can
a-
look at whatever come up with in the plan.
Yeah.
We wouldn't necessarily be doing a CEQA evaluation, but we could do a safety evaluation.
Yeah. I thought that's how we kind of covered
Yeah.
that
So that's,
policy wise.
that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm still thinking that, going back to the Berkeley study, some of the information that Orinda has on that new tool that they have, there's like scenarios, it's not like a static system, like our network is our network. There's different things could be happening at different times, and then the network can be responsive or not. And so it's more of that scenario analysis input that I'm thinking about, but the CCTA evacuation study probably won't be granular enough, although I have to read the RFP that I just got this morning. And so, I mean, there's already a lot of stuff on this staff's work plan, and then there's a question of would this cost money to obtain this data, and what is this data? But I think it's very important input into this domain of work that Patrick's outlined. So I don't know exactly if that's something that needs to be analyzed by staff, or put on and then maybe put down as a number 7, if it seems like it's rises to the level of being important function.
But on the wildfire one, we did ask, to review the CCTA scope of work.
Mhm.
And the RFP was just released, like you said, we're gonna get it, we're gonna get the scope, and whether we need to do our own little evacuation stuff here too. But we just wanna make sure that this feeds into the studies,
Yeah, I
the
guess,
traffic studies,
yeah, there's a crossover.
right?
Okay, so you think it's
I think, yeah, this is,
characterized in.
because we were thinking we might have to do our own evacuation analysis, right? Because
Yeah.
if we're not happy with what CCTA
I'm
says.
trying to think, before the CCTA study came up 2 or 3 years ago, we had on our
We
priority
did,
our own study
We did.
of,
Yes.
of
And then we
neighborhoods.
delayed it because CCTA.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think if the CCTA turns out to be not helpful.
Right.
Then we're gonna have to consider. doing
Have to
it.
consider
Yeah, we
that.
have to.
And that'll be part of the information that the city manager will
Yeah.
bring back.
Okay.
Okay, so anything else on this priority? So basically, we're going with what we had,
With the elimination
Yeah.
of the number 4
number 4.
and the city manager, not adding anything as an outcome, but the city manager letting staff know the importance that, council is putting on protected bikeways. Correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Is there anything else in this?
Right. I mean, these, obviously, the level of effort on these things are different, right? Because you have a couple that are just like tasks of let's go,
Right.
yes, no, whatever. A couple of these things are this plan right here, the last one, which is really a shortcut for all the stuff that Patrick's doing in one thing. So
Right,
it's like,
that's right.
it's some heavy lifting, so
Mhm.
I don't know, adding anything more to this particular task seems, well, we're already, I can stretch, pretty stretched of what we can physically
Yeah,
do, so I would be really kind of hesitant to add anything else to that mix. So I would have some of the stuff done, so we could start seeing it.
Okay,
Can I just take a moment to recognize Heather she was the one who drafted the RFP for the
Yes.
multi-mobility study.
Oh, great.
And she worked with Patrick and with Greg. Wouldn't have been gotten off the ground without her efforts.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and-
Yeah, it's great,
Yeah.
very well done.
very well done.
Yeah, it was excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, a lot of the stuff seems like it's kind of moving now that we have Heather on board. As an observation, but a lot of things that were pending in the background that are now happening.
Can you,
Yeah.
I'm sorry if this is already a task, but can you share that RFP with?
Yes, please.
It's on the website, it's on the city website.
Well, share it with us.
Yeah, it was sent out, yeah.
Okay. Oh, on the page where people can go and bid and find out.
Yeah, so you could bid
Okay,
if
so-
you, no, maybe put not, but I mean, it's.
Probably not.
Probably not, I think it's probably around the time.
Well,
Okay. that's-
you know, while we're on the category of, I mean, as I said, what I'd like to move towards in the city council meetings, at that last item, we talk about council member activities. For council members to report on things that, you know, if they hadn't been involved, they think other council members should know about. Just say right now that, oh, there's Stephanie. We moved. I had asked, planning to give the mayor and vice mayor, a quick overview, well, not a quick overview, a complete overview of all the development that is going on and is planned and is thought about for downtown. And we separately, got that, report.
Okay.
And I would recommend that we put that on a council agenda so everybody
Okay.
hears what's going on.
Thank you.
The planning department did an excellent job.
Yeah, I'd love to see
Putting
that.
It's inspiring.
It takes about an hour and a half to.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, some stuff you know a lot about already, but just seeing it all together.
That's great.
It's a little bit like Patrick, when you see all the stuff Patrick's doing, oh my gosh, like to see all the stuff that planning is doing, it's like.
That's wonderful.
Okay.
So do you want public comment again? On this item?
Thank you. Public comment.
There's no-
Nobody's raising their hand?
Okay.
Okay,
So you're doing very well. 11:45 and lunch was scheduled for noon, but it will be coming in soon. So I guess the question is, do you want, and Tracy, you were gonna do a small update on the finance, but you
Yeah,
have,
but I think we're gonna need Jonathan here
Okay.
because I lead into him.
okay,
can I, Nadine, actually, on this sheet, there are a couple things that people raise under Mount Data for the plan, and just make sure everybody feels that they've been covered.
okay.
I mean, the impact of RENA numbers on the plan, well, I don't know who raised that or what the.
Well, I know, but I guess someone
We
should
didn't
take
have- yeah.
ownership.
Definitely in this one, we included on that. We did for wildfire, but not on this.
Impacted, I mean, you and I talked about this, but I mean, that was more like so
Right.
important because of all the
Oh, yeah.
things we're
That's
adding.
why we're doing
Right.
it.
It's why,
Okay.
if it was me, then that
Okay.
would be the,
Got it, got it.
impetus, but.
Okay, and then concern for downtown and commercial businesses.
I think these are things that council members wanted to be kept in mind because
Oh,
they were
yeah.
in their mind that as the plan goes ahead, you know, what is gonna happen with downtown
Yeah.
commercial businesses?
If we do it right, it's be better for business, right?
Right.
That should be the whole goal, right? People are gonna want to shop downtown by walking and driving to Walnut Creek. We do it right.
I think, maybe that fourth one there, potential for more community gathering spaces and either public or quasi-public spaces, again, that was raised by a council member as something to keep in mind as, the planning goes ahead.
Yeah, and that's partly why you wanna keep parks in here is top of mind, thinking about parks.
There's number 5. Item 5 in the
Yeah,
matrix.
right. And I recognize the conflicting elements, and that was this, to me, that was the safety versus multimodal
Yeah.
conflict. It was,
Right.
Okay.
right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Evacuation versus traffic
Oh, yeah.
versus, I mean, there should be a way to thread the needle,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, I took a look at the Berkeley evacuation study, and there was just one section that I thought was characterized exactly the issue that, this is a quote from the study, the impact of traffic calming devices, and I would assume also that means like facilities, on evacuation illustrates the complexity of public safety demands on Berkeley's roadway system. So the day-to-day public safety function of the traffic calming devices poses significant challenges to evacuation traffic flow. And this situation illustrates the dynamic and complex
Yes.
public safety demands on the roadway system.
And therefore.
Yeah, I know.
What?
Andy and Patrick talk every day.
That is the problem. Yes, you can put all these things.
That's the
And what do
data.
you do?
That's for the load, like what's the load on the network? That's what I was coming from. So,
Slow down Lafayette, but yet we need clear evacuation. I mean, the whole
Yeah.
thing is like, you know.
Yeah, it all comes like, get out early, but.
Well, I mean, it might be, maybe a signal is necessary in a place where there isn't a signal that can be tied into the signal, smart signals controls. Just, I mean, just.
Well, actually, the smart signal thing is actually a really good way of actually a solution that can solve both problems, right? It actually
Yes.
facilitates
Yes.
better throughput on normal times, you know, and stopping
Right.
whatever, but you know, and keeps people safe, but yet evacuation route, it's all green, let's just go or whatever, right? So.
No, it's super helpful.
You're free without an assignment or a discussion until the lunch comes in a few minutes.
So since we're just ripping here, so like, when I think of like, there's been talk about, you know, in an evacuation scenario, instead of one lane each way, two lane going out, like a Spring Hill Road,
Right.
Moraga Road. I mean, to me, that's the part that really concerns me. There's so much
Oh, yeah.
traffic on that.
Right.
If you keep one way each way,
I mean, do about somebody's going back for their
I know.
kid or their pet or their.
Right, you have to have
grandma.
one lane for emergency vehicles, right? Emergency vehicles have to go in and then.
I mean, contraflow is what you do, we did with the Spring Hill thing, 5-7 years ago.
Right.
You do, the challenge is you gotta close off all the side streets, driveways on the way, so that one person doesn't go like upstream, right, and block everybody, so
Yeah.
it's not easy.
Yeah.
But you can do it, I think, on just about any road as long as you control the ground traffic.
Okay.
but you need people there to manage that, or have to, like,
Yes, and so when we did the trial on Spring Hill, we had both the certain, and the cert members in close
Yeah.
the side streets. So that we could do that, and then they contraflowed from, I think, pretty much the end of the city road, all the way back out.
So in Moraga Road, you conceivably could have 3 lanes heading north and 1 lane heading south for.
But the problem is, the problem, I was saying Moraga Road, it's not this part here, which is interesting, but like, when you get to the twisties.
Yeah,
How
it's just
does
you-
that, you know, how does that work, right? I mean, we can make 4 lanes go as fast as possible, but did you get those twisty things?
Right,
It's
so
like,
in
oh my, what
the,
do
in
we
the
do?
case of a fire in Moraga, where they need to get
Right.
out,
Right,
that's probably where we need to contraflow north. So we'd have to cut off all our traffic and keep any of the side streets and like that.
yeah.
So maybe we would contraflow south, if we're stuck, but I think we'd be trying to go up the sides of 24 instead.
so is there contingency planning on that? Like contingency planning, I mean, we're discussing it here, like, but it's like, is there something that in case of emergency break glass and pull the lever kind of a thing?
I think fire has led that typically. So they're actually doing contraflow. Contingency planning, I don't know.
Okay.
That could be part of the sign boxes too. I think that's what, that's what Arinda has done. They've got,
Right.
they're doing contraflow stuff on right away. And they're actually spending millions of dollars on making a bike path that could be an emergency lane.
Right,
Yeah. as well.
Which is a great.
Which is a
such good idea.
great-
Such a good idea.
Actually, how much is that costing? Do you know the?
I don't remember for sure, but it's single digit millions is my.
Right, but I thought they got approval for, or they funded, I forget, they still funded, they actually got approval for the design, that's all they've got so far, they are getting a design for that whole thing. But that's like, that again is a win-win, right? It's
Oh,
you have a
yeah.
great bike lane for the normal thing, and plus evacuation, and that's just a sweet one.
They're also doing a feasibility study as part of that, right? That was the SS4A
Yeah,
grant. So I think they're looking at, can it work? First question to answer.
Okay, we're breaking for lunch.
Really.
Mayor, we're good to go.
Okay, we're back in session and we'll start with discussion of current priority 3.
Okay, I'm gonna go through the tasks and tell you where we are regarding that focus on fiscal sustainability. So we did establish the Measure H Citizens Oversight Committee, and their first meeting, is scheduled for March 4th. Second, number 2, carry out a capital assessment study. That was completed. And the report and the final recommendations were presented concurrent with the final budget in January 2026. Ask the city manager to explore additional sources of revenue, including working with other entities to advocate for changing the Bradley Burns sales tax allocation. A couple of things that are in progress is that the development impact fee study is underway to update existing impact fees and consider new fees. And the next step is that the Cal City City Managers Departments drafted a sales tax redistribution proposal, which will be released to all cities, upcoming spring and summer 2026. Number 4, ask the city manager to explore additional efficiency members. This is actually an ongoing priority, and department heads will be looking for ways to improve efficiency, as we always do. And then we can report specifically on those when we submit that June. Determine the amount of revenue from the new half-cent sales tax. Basically, that is completed. I'm not sure we've had 4 quarters come in yet, but if it continues on pace that we have seen it, it should be roughly $2.8 million this fiscal year. And determine the impact of federal cutbacks. As of right now, the city is not directly impacted. However, I will say that other agencies are impacted and they may have downstream effects on the city. Just as an example, if the county is going to increase their sales tax in response to cuts, that will indirectly affect possibly our ability.
Yeah, just to clarify on that, there was an adjustment to the amount of sales tax that cities and counties could take, right?
It could add on, that is what you're saying?
Well, there's a limit to how much cities and counties can take of the sales tax. So, and I think that was 2%.
It was a 2% cap, but I think that was lifted a while ago.
Right.
No, they didn't
to
get
get special
yeah.
legislation, which I believe they're seeking.
Yeah. But right now, that's the cap.
But
So-
regardless,
So the point.
the higher it gets, people are going to have less of an appetite.
Right.
Yeah, but it exempts any BART tax, I think. It was in the
There's an
report.
exemption already for the bar.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's
So BART can-
there was another entity that was included in the sales tax. I can't remember what it was. That was taken out. So it's just county and city that counts against our cap.
Yep, which right now county's gonna go for
Yeah,
0.625.
so that's the
So they
impact,
leave us with-
So just, the higher it gets, the
0.625.
people are potentially going to have less of an appetite for the local tax.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 2% rule or
And
not,
BART
at some point,
25.
yeah.
Plus,
But then there's only 3.325 left, right, if the county passes.
No, we would still have another 0.5%, so it'd be 0.825.
If county passes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
so, just to give it then just a brief recap, overall, the city's finances are currently in a strong position because Measure H has given us some breathing room over the next several years, allowing us to maintain the current service levels and be more intentional about planning ahead. That said, We need to continue to be disciplined, recognizing that some of the current surplus is temporary and that cost pressures will continue over time. And as you know, but I will reiterate that one of the main areas we've been focusing on in this past budget is deferred maintenance. The recent assessment made clear that we needed to be contributing more consistently to keep up. And based on that, we determined that the ongoing need is about $855,000 annually, and that will need to be adjusted for inflation. And about half of that is currently being supported by Measure H, which sunsets in about 6 years. So we're making progress in this budget, but it also starts to frame a bigger, longer term funding question for the city. And where this really comes into focus is the community center. So the assessment that the building is essentially at the end of its useful life. And while repairs are still possible, they come at a high and increasingly unpredictable cost. So this becomes less about routine maintenance and more about a broader question of long-term investment. At the same time, we don't currently have a funding source identified for a full replacement. And the next discussion is going to walk us through what some of those options could look like. And there's also a larger policy and funding conversation that will need to happen in the future. So with that, I will turn it over to Jonathan, who will walk through the community center in more detail.
Okay, I want to thank all of you for the priority session today and for the focus on parks in the earlier session. As Assistant City Manager Robinson shared with you, we are faced with a lot of deferred maintenance. I have two very thorough staff reports that were in your packet today and two very brief presentations. I've spared you any of the photos of the cracked parking lots or leaking roof, but I will go through some of the options. In order to focus us today, we are looking at priorities, not necessarily decisions about the various options. There are a lot of details in those reports about the options, but the intent isn't to have you go through every option and decide what you need to do today, but consider those options. And if this is a priority you want to take on in the fiscal year ahead. In order to provide some context for service level, our current community center and its indoor space is just under the sort of minimum you would need for our population in square footage. If you wanted to review in the year ahead what those benchmarks could be for indoor space provided for residents, in the report I provided some numbers for looking at a 1.5 square foot per resident and 2 square foot per resident option. Sorry. And then presented to the options, there's really some policy questions about whether we, with our funds and any funds that the community could help to provide, want to maintain the current level of service that we provide to the community center space that we have now, or look at potential expansion to meet the new residents that are going to come with all the new housing, or to provide a centralized location in the downtown. One of the things in my other report that I looked at, as we looked through the various city plans, one of the plans that didn't get included in that was the age-friendly plan. And one of the age-friendly goals is also to look at those downtown spaces and providing a very accessible center in the downtown. So when we talk about that as a potential expansion and looking at those plans, I want to make sure I provide that content for you today. In the charts that are provided, there are two in the presentation today. I've outlined I provided these as tools if we wanted to discuss the various options. There are three scenarios. One scenario where we maintain level of service right now. So those are primarily focused on looking at the existing community center in its existing footprint. It does serve our current population. It's just under parked. If we have a village event, pickleball on the playground all going at once, we run into some parking problems to that facility. Any expansion of the site, we have to take parking into mind because we have a very popular community center that does have those constraints. So the blue option in the top of this chart under each scenario provides options. One of them here is to just maintain the existing center right now, to go with the findings in the study, and spend the money over time to renovate the community center and maintain the existing systems. Option B is to level that building, create a new facility in that same footprint. Scenario 2 would be to expand those possibilities. So to look at the existing site and how we might grow that space, and I have to consider parking. And there's ways of doing that where you add levels to the facility. You just take the whole facility and build up twice and maybe 3 times structured parking underneath, or you go up even higher or look at the various spaces and provide ground level parking around the site. So there's options to look at it on site. And the third, the green section, is how we pair those options with the potential for a downtown facility. So there's various ways to look at how we treat the current community center property and how we could expand to a downtown area. Do we just sell the entire property and move the entire community center downtown? Do we retain the assets that we just invested in? That's the Jennifer Russell building, the large hall, the pickleball, the playground, and potentially the new restrooms. I know the engineer said we might be able to parse out the restroom section, but that was $800,000 renovation of those facilities. Right next to what was $1 million investment in the playground and patio expansion as well as the community center. So there's a lot of recent investment in some of those resources. And we happen to have a magical sort of location for pickleball. I'm one of the only directors. We are one of the only cities in the area that has pickleball that's pretty much uncontested in its location. It's been embraced by the community. It's well spaced from the neighborhood, and it's really embraced by all of its users. And then we could also look at ways that we could rebuild or use portions of that site and then add an additional facility downtown. So this chart shows you some of the cost implications of those various options and some of the various impacts. Obviously, expanding any community center space to anywhere else or increasing the size will require additional staff. Adding community centers to downtown is the most complicated of the various options. My next slide provides some of the pros and cons that are listed throughout the report. If we wanted to use this as a tool for discussion, those are all listed out and are here and available for you today. They are in your report listed under each of the options on each scenario. Slide. This is a map of the community center that we can use for any discussion today. It shows the facility as it is today. So that's a tool that we can use for any discussion or answering any questions. Slide. And today, there's a lot of information regarding the community center. As I said, we don't necessarily need to get into the specifics on which options we need to study, but really staff is looking for direction on if this is a priority and how we would like to study it and then you're moving forward. I can end there with the community center or go on with the other option if you wanted to consider both at once.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all right. So 2. So the next section of my presentation is to look at the park priorities, and I'm glad we're considering them both together because the community center is very important, but there are a lot of needs for parks. Fields is at the forefront of everybody's thought right now because of all the discussions regarding baseball and softball. But in reviewing all the city plans, I want to make sure you're aware of all the various options that the Parks, Trails, and Recreation Commission and the city have been tracking over time through our plans. Next slide. So the plans that were reviewed were the facilities master plan, the trails master plan, downtown specific plan, the creeks plan, our open space plan, and then as I will add, the age-friendly action plan calls for various facilities and the downtown community center specifically. So within those plans, fields were in the facilities master plan. It was the number one need, and it in a lot of ways remains the number one need. It's the hot topic in the town right now, and we have such a shortage in fields that we don't have any adult sports, and we have a great need for softball and baseball during the spring season. Bike park remains a heavy need. off-leash dog area, neighborhood park space specifically called out in the plan as in northern Lafayette, downtown parks that are outlined in the downtown specific plan, the trails master plan, and a nature-oriented plan as well. Next slide. The fields have a structural shortage. We do only have the 4 fields. When we consider city fields, we can't think about the school fields, though the school fields are entirely booked as well. There's no summer use of school fields. They do shut down the school fields during that time, but that's sort of the lowest demand time for fields. We see the most demand in the fall and the spring when all the sports want to play. We have camps and the school sites have camps that do utilize the fields during those times. So while it is shut down to sports use, some of the camp use does utilize the school fields as well. As I shared, we're limited to those youth use, no adult use. And as previously shared in meetings, we have a lower per capita amount of fields than all of our surrounding cities. When we look at increasing field capacity, there's a few options to consider. Land acquisition is the easiest. You find land, you build fields, you have more space. Synthetic turf is an option that comes up sometimes, but it's actually the option that has the lowest impact. If you take our current grass fields and were to make them all synthetic, you're only adding the days where it's rained out and a period of time during the rest period that's between November and January, where the leagues are generally on break for the holidays. So just turning to all synthetic doesn't actually add significant hours to the inventory. Lighting does make a difference. In some cases on the weekdays, you could almost double your time when we look at those calculations. There has been neighborhood pet pushback at times to adding lighting. New LED technology makes it a little bit easier because there's less light leak. But it is still a change of condition that's generally faced pushback in several locations. Next slide. Bike parks are something that's been on the city radar since 2009. We came very close, but even had a plan for the community park in 2013. And they still pop up all around town. I think as long as there are bikes and you can create an incline, kids are going to want to jump off those hills, and kids have shovels are easy to carry, and these jumps pop up in various places. A lot of communities have been able to create parks or small pump tracks. This is something that doesn't have to be built on a large scale. A pump track can be a dirt or asphalt course that can be built in a smaller area. There is recent social media requests from parents who have interest, and this just flares up in the community where my kids are building jumps and I would love to have a bike park. This has not gone away. It is still of interest. Next slide. Off-leash dog areas. We also, with the Deer Hill project, came close to having a dog park as part of that development. But unfortunately, right now, our informal dog parks sometimes end up being the Stanley Fields or the community park fields. And we work with the community to try and provide resources about where you can take your off-leash dogs. The regional parks have a policy that does allow for off-leash use on trails that's different from our ordinance. Our ordinance does require leash throughout all city parks. So there's possibilities in looking at our ordinance or ways that we can look at our spaces or also look for land for those sites as well. And we've looked into some of those over time as well. Next slide. Neighborhood parks we have and downtown spaces. Northern Lafayette, where we call for those parks in the plan, tends to have few opportunities. We do monitor as those come up for the possibility to build parks in those areas. We've had little success in that area. Downtown parks, we've already lost the library park site. It is currently entitled for development. The gazebo park, we're actually making headway. Council has taken into consideration the potential acquisition of that property. And then the town green is privately owned in that space. We do monitor other downtown spaces and opportunities, and we have even had a nonprofit pop up that helps raise funds for parks and has opened an outdoor space for recreation and now an indoor space for recreation to help raise awareness and funding for parks. The two parks collaborative concept was part of that process, and that's looking at the gazebo park space and the Lee Creekside space where members of the community came together to find a compromise for how parks could be provided in that space. Next slide. The Trails Subcommittee is hoping to bring forward an update to the Trails Master Plan this year. They've been working on this update for some time. They've developed at the sort of member level. There's a couple of them that have been working on a draft to bring forward through the Trails Subcommittee. An update that has segments of maps and other opportunities that we can try and capture. The current Trails Master Plan still has a number of easements that we have not managed to acquire, but the update that they want to bring forward will include more of those connections throughout the community. So they believe they're close to bringing it to the subcommittee and up to the commission and all the rest of the planning process. Next slide. Our nature-oriented community park, Nature Park, may come to reality in the form of the Hamlin Nature Park. This is the parkland between Sweet and St. Mary's that we're working through the park plan. It's the community feedback right now has been focused on an open space park with trails, which helps us to meet that need for a nature park. Right now, we're doing additional geotechnical study on the site so that we can continue to bring that plan forward. Those funds were approved as part of your budget process, but just getting that study completed delays our process in bringing forth that park plan. But we, as you know, we've had to do slide repair and a number, just a lot of work on that site to get it ready to open as a park. We're very excited about it. For those who haven't been on there, it's a beautiful nature oak woodlands with buckeyes and oaks. So it will be a great asset as we get to the point of opening that. Next slide. One of the things that we should continue to look at is a regional partnership with the school districts, potential with the county and flood control, East Bay, MUD. I know some of the Parks and Trails Commission have been monitoring various opportunities. It just came up at a recent meeting that the staging area at Olympic, while needed to support the opening of the Calaveras Ridge Trail, the lease between the county and the park district is up for renewal. So there's opportunities for discussion on that site. There are lands that East Bay MUD owns that provide recreation opportunities, ways to look at how we work with the schools, but things that we could do to have those conversations in the community and see if there's ways to bring forward those some of these recreation opportunities. Next slide. However, the financial realities of this are that the land is hard to acquire because of the high cost. Construction costs have gone up over time. The $800,000 or basically, sorry, $1 million playground at the community center would have been much less. In years past, iterations of that playground were much less expensive, but construction costs have gone up over time. And then the long-term maintenance is something we have to keep in mind. That first playground we built at the community center was probably $300,000. And now we have $1 million, while expanded playground at the community center. We do have to take into consideration the maintenance concerns of opening any of these new facilities. And then the other challenge we're faced with are how the developer fees roll in. We used to get those as fees as soon as they pulled the grading permits, but now we're often waiting till occupation. So the residents are already here and we're already behind in trying to provide those facilities. Any of this expansion increases our baseline costs for staff or maintenance and all these facilities. Next slide. So the discussion regarding this is from council's perspective, what you would like us to explore during the year. Some of those opportunities and talking to regional partners or looking at our own spaces. I know just at the park subcommittee meeting last week, they were discussing potentials for fencing areas inside the community park to provide a potentially low-cost dog park where you look at the meadow area in the community park, add some fence as a trial. And potentially a little dog park in that space to try it out as a pilot. So some of these can be explored, but it all adds cost and requires staff time, especially with the challenges regarding the community center and what we face in the year ahead. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for all the work that went into these two reports.
Sorry. Fantastic. I love it. The reports were great, very thorough. I just have a kind of conceptual question on the community center in downtown, just because I had a hard time like conceptualizing, imagining like, where it could possibly be downtown. Like I understand all the pros. I mean, it's like obvious. It's obvious in so many ways. But I just look at the competition downtown with opportunity sites that we probably can't build on even if they came available. The challenges we've had with Boswell's and Campana and all that stuff. I mean, how realistic? I mean, it feels like there's not even a path. I don't want to be spending a whole lot of time on it if there's not even a path to it, right? Like it just feels like it would need to be such a big location to be suitable. I don't know. Anyway, can you respond to that? Is it even like in the realm of possibility?
The challenge is always going to be finding that property and being able to acquire it. The city's limited in what we can do to acquire parcels when they come up for sale. And often some of these parcels sell before we even know about it. It just doesn't show up on the market and then we're not competitive.
And we're competing against, say, a housing developer who's going to make, I mean, it's just the money that we, assessed value that we could pay is so much less than. So is it even realistic?
You would have to have a willing property owner that wants to work with the city and or look at opportunities that have presented themselves to us. My best example might be the DeSilva site that isn't immediately downtown, but is in the corridor and how we review a site like that is closer to the downtown. It is what the commission has looked at as the field space because there are very few parcels that could ever have a field. But if we look at that space differently, it's something that could be studied. Could you achieve a field, parking, and a community center through that site? Or are there ways to work on parcels down here? But it's hard to plan for that if we don't know if we can see the site. You're right. It is potentially impossible.
It goes both ways, I think. I think it has to be like, it's such a big lift money-wise. We have to have I'm saying it's like, yeah, we wouldn't get it unless we can get that, but we have to actually at least have a candidate site. And I just worry with I mean, it's almost like 10 years ago, we didn't have the housing, all the other kind of housing goals. Well, great, yeah, well, try whatever. But now it feels like the big ones, because they're opportunity sites, we can't touch, presumably, or whatever. It feels like a bridge too far. I guess I would, because I'm committed to doing this for sure. If I want to be in an achievable spot, realistic that we can actually do. I guess that'd be my question. I don't know if I want to waste time on something that's just so. It's required this unicorn event to happen, and we can't plan for it.
Adjusting our thinking to how we would hold the existing site or potentially invest in the existing site and expand to another site opens up options for smaller parcels too. So
that's right.
That is another way when we're looking at those hybrid options. We're faced with still some of the challenges. And we created a fund with the Community Foundation in Lafayette to hold funds in the event that we found a parcel to help fill that gap if we had to. But even that's a challenge because until you have the parcel, it's hard to create the energy behind investing in that opportunity.
Can I ask a follow-up? So what kind of footprint would you need for, say, a 20,000 square foot downtown facility? You were gonna be able to multi-story it.
We'd have to look at the parking and my engineers aren't here to help answer some of those questions. But it's, I'd have to refer to Mike for the specifics on that footprint and the parking. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, I'm just thinking, we have like the Oak Bridge parking lot. Is that the kind of parcel footprint that you'd be targeting? If you wanted to do like a smaller scale.
You could look at a site of that size. I've looked at even the city currently owns the Campana site and what could happen on a site like that, but there are constraints on a site like that and ingress and egress and how that works for a larger facility and building up in a site like that. And that's you look at a site like that, a smaller parcel, and you consider what you do with the rest of the community center site and how you balance the needs. We have this came up in some of the questions that if we were to entirely abandon the community center site and move to a downtown site, one of the largest impacts would be to the childcare that we offer to Burton Valley. Burton Valley is the largest elementary school with the highest demand for aftercare. It's got the longest wait list. We're providing aftercare to 80 to 90 of their students daily through our core program. And then beyond that, we're over 100 students in some of our other programs that we're providing care for, that then you have to have additional bus service we're actually running to the cap of some of the buses, getting them to a program at Lafayette Elementary or at the community center, because there's such a demand in trying to get them from that area to down here. So when I think about these spaces and how we move to those sites, it's just, we have to balance that against what happens at the other side.
Mhm. So you're saying the Camp Awesome kids at weekday afternoons can actually get a bus ride up to Lafayette Elementary for after-school enrichment programs?
So what you can come from Burton Valley to go to enrichment at those other sites, but we actually take from Burton Valley to a care program at Lafayette Elementary because the capacity is full in our program at the community center's site right now. And we have some kids that sign up and take the bus from Burton Valley to read the Skyhawks program down here. And most of the enrichment classes PV kids sign up for happen at the community center, but some could come down to those enrichment classes. But they do come down for full-time care through the Skyhawks program.
Oh, okay, which is different than the cats at Lafayette Elementary?
Yeah, CATS is full with a wait list. Every
heard.
care program is full with a wait list. We offer additional care at the community center and at Lafayette Elementary through our Skyhawks contract program.
Okay.
And they're actually taking kids from Lafayette Elementary and from Burton Valley because the demand is so high in that neighborhood and with that school.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on what John was talking about earlier. I was looking at these options. I was thinking, if I were king, where would I put a downtown community center? And the lot across the street here
Oh, yeah.
would be
Right,
great.
yeah. Right, you're mentioning that too, Mike.
It's already spoken for.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know.
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And which to me is like part of the problem with doing any kind of a community type facility in the downtown. It's all spoken for housing. And I looked at between that real world dimension and the cost. I just thought that downtown community center was just to me seemed like a non-starter. I just didn't see how we could, to me, it's the square peg in a round hole issue. So
Why don't we, if we're moving into comments, let me ask for public comment at this
Yeah.
point, and then we'll go into.
We have a public commenter. No way.
Does anyone like to make a public comment on this? Or
Yes, we do.
is there anybody in the room? Anybody?
please.
Oh, I see what?
Okay, you get to be the master of ceremonies here.
Who could it be? Oh,
Race.
you have at least 3 minutes.
I'll be super brief because I've said it all before. And I'm here mostly for questions because I have a lot of ideas. But first off, I'd like for you all to consider a few elements. Number one is called the proximate principle. And it's been studied for over 100 years. And basically we could build one really big park or community center or whatever. And so the surrounding, and this is all studied, and you can look at that approximate principle, books and books about it. It improves the neighborhoods directly around this really big park. And then of course it's like a ripple, improve, 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 and it improves as less as it goes out. But if you built 3 small parks, community centers, senior centers, teen centers, whatever you want to call it, you now have 3 ripples, for lack of a better word. And so it improves the neighborhoods and the economic vibrancy, et cetera, of those neighborhoods, these neighborhoods, and the property values and commercial property values in these neighborhoods. So I would make a great suggestion to consider what the small lot sizes could do to drive revenue, to improve vibrancy, accessibility, sustainability, et cetera. I'd also like for you to consider a survey of what the current population wants. Our surveys are very old. And for many, many years, and there've been lots of presentations, the downtown neighborhoods have cried for more park spaces. And they're not really being listened to. And it's been mentioned in Vistas. It's not just, I mean, these are city surveys that prioritize downtown public spaces. So weigh the considerations of a survey, another survey, weigh the considerations of the potential to raise funds for the city. So all of these other spaces are amazing and necessary. But the impact is 4-to-1 to 40-to-1 in improvement to the return on investment. Okay, and I didn't make up these numbers, there's pages and pages and, you know, studies and studies of this. Weigh the percentage that of these locations that are sustainably accessible on walk, on foot, on wheelchair. Weigh the usefulness of these facilities for all ages and all abilities. So, for instance, you know, I love fields, but as a percentage, what percentage of the population can use those fields? Is it hundreds? Or is it thousands? Thousands can use community centers, teen centers, public spaces. So weigh all of those considerations, the economics, the usefulness, and weigh the potential to drive economic strength and growth. The percentage that I'm concerned with, and I know you all have your eyes on the ball, and I trust you all, is that the facilities assessment analysis shows a 5.6% of the funds planned for downtown parks. 5.6. 95% of the funds are being spent outside of downtown. And that's a concern. Now, I know that we don't have the sites per se, but I just think we can do better. I think the time's up. I think I heard it bell.
Questions? I see a question being formulated.
Yeah. Do you have thoughts of like where?
I have lots of thoughts.
Yeah, maybe in a time frame, but I hear what you're saying. And
Well, this is being recorded, so I don't want to get any landowner or property owner concerned, but yes, I have lots of real ideas that are absolutely buildable, attainable. The nice thing about downtown is you can also go higher than you can go elsewhere. For right or wrong, they're going to be surrounded by really high buildings. So I live down here. I could throw a football and hit my house from here. So we just need to, I just need to embrace that. And then, okay, we have situations where we need to build high. Okay, what can we do with that? We can build high for a community center, teen center, all that. We can go high. So the footprint goes low. So, you know, so this property's already been mentioned once, so I can say that one. So yeah, the Oak Ridge lot. You know, I played there every Sunday for 16 weeks. It was amazing. And yes, people walked straight out of their house. For 5 minutes, they were there. Seniors, all the senior centers, Lafayette Elementary, Stanley, you know, it's all accessible right there. You know, I know Park Theater is going to need parking, but I mean, I live here. Parking's not really a problem down here right now. It's not. In fact, nobody parks in the Oak Ridge parking lot because there's such ample parking everywhere else. And yes, I've done a 5-year analysis on how many people park in Oak Ridge parking lot. That's 20%. So that's yes, in short, yes.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment online? Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. So are there any further questions? No
Well, I have a question for staff. So I see city manager's not here, but is really all the land in downtown spoken for tagged for housing?
That's actually outside my wheelhouse.
I mean, okay.
Well,
Yeah,
the
pretty
short
much.
answer is yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's anything that could be an opportunity site. It is an opportunity site,
Right.
but
does that mean we can't touch it? I don't
no,
know
no.
that means we can't.
It has to be the no net loss, right, kind of thing. And so we have to make sure our
Yeah.
buffer, we're building enough things outside of our
Yeah.
arena that
Yeah,
compensate for
but-
that.
That would be
Our
our
housing.
activity
I'm-
sites
I'm-
only though.
I'm gonna just, I don't think in terms of our relationship with HCD, I don't think that's gonna be a problem. That won't be a factor that would limit a downtown, site.
But
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, I don't know, I mean, creatively. There may be a parcel landowner who's okay with changing maybe one usage to another, so it's a parking lot, surface parking lot to a underground parking lot with a community center on top. I mean, maybe through some kind of a long-term lease, I don't know, I mean, creative ways of using.
Well, that's almost why you kind of need like, but that's where I was gonna ask for a little bit, like, just give me like an example.
Right.
It's hard to even think, that's the problem, we don't have, I mean, to me, I look at it. Everything Grace said is true, so I'm not, like, we'll stipulate that completely, if I look at it like, oh my God, it's like, you know, what we have downtown, right, we have existing housing, apartment buildings, which of course, no net loss, whatever. We've got, and then we aren't running any service parking lots, and there's existing commercial properties. And somebody, that could be a thing, but then, again, you would just need this, I worry you would need this benevolent owner who really want to give back to the city that would do that, that would say, I don't want your 30 million, I'm gonna take your 3 million. It's like, maybe that's out there, but that's like, oh, it's like, but do we plan for that? I guess that's my thing, like, as I said, I want to embrace this. I mean, this is like, I want to go whole hog on this plan, but we just need, I think, and plus to rally community support, we need to have a goal in mind that people can see and touch and whatever. That's where I kind of worry about an aspirational downtown site that we just can't really articulate. I kind of worry it's just kind of fuzzy.
I mean, there's a step before that, which is trying to analyze the feasibility,
Yeah.
like answer the question that you're asking
Yeah.
first before committing to anything or having a, you know, concept to show to the public. I think from a policy perspective, continuing to have a community center in Burton Valley, pretty much at the farthest south eastern part of our city. How many miles from the folks living up Northern Release Valley or Upper Happy Valley Road? It's just not equitable. It's not putting our resources to the best use, in my opinion, to be accessible to maximum number of people from all ages, as the speaker mentioned and Jonathan mentioned, with the all ages, age-friendly plan. I think that there's a lot of value to working really hard to look high and low for downtown centrally located spots that could be walkable, bikeable. We have higher number of housing units in the downtown. Our housing density is going to go up. Our population density has gone up. That would make a community center successful. And a community center in that location would enrich the lives of all of those people. So I think it is important to work toward understanding the feasibility of this aspiration, to not just assume that it's all spoken for housing.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, if you assume, well, most of our housing opportunity sites are in the downtown. If even a fraction of them are, well, if they're built out, we would either double or triple the amount of people who live in the downtown. So it just seems logical that if we were going to spend money on the community center, we'd spend it on the downtown community center. So I think it's worth moving forward, taking a look, trying to get. I don't think we want to name sites now or speculate on sites, but I think there's enough of an opportunity that we should move forward and just express a preference for a downtown and move forward to try to see if we can make that happen.
If I think part of the hand we've been dealt. We have an existing site, it's an old school site. The surplus property, city took it over. So you've got a facility there, so I'm thinking like, at a minimum, we'd be looking at a 25,000 square foot facility, the match what we have now. That's probably our minimum threshold. I'm thinking, okay, part is like the financial reality of all this is, if we just stay the course, keep the existing building, we're gonna be throwing money at what, 800,000 a year or so? Moving to Tracy. Almost.
Yeah, $507,000 a
Yeah,
year.
it's a chunk of money going into, as opposed to like you could tear it down, build a new one. Finance it, it'd be somewhat higher, but. You know, we could maybe manage that, but then to go to a site, you have to acquire a site. Unless it's that one benevolent property owner who I've yet to find around here. I just think part of it is like financial reality to me in this. It's great, I love the aspiration, but I'm just thinking that, it feels like a bridge too far. I mean, just off the top. I'm just skeptical we could
Yeah,
be realistic.
and you
that
should be
this is its own-
skeptical. I think, but this distributed model of, not having everything at one core site that's big, not the 50,000 or 40,000 or 25,000 square foot one. But you've got senior services here and you've got whatever. I don't know if that works. I don't know if it does work. I would like to find out if that works. And which ones make sense and which ones are, like childcare should be self-sustaining, right? It actually shouldn't lose money, right? And that should be a thing that we look at as well. We can have a money-making opportunity as well, or at least not a loss for programming. And which ones are the money losers versus the ones that can be self-sustaining? Because that'll be part of the argument too, is that it can sustain itself.
And at least the way I'm thinking about it, even if we were to move part of the community center to downtown, we would definitely want to keep the pickleball. And maybe
Or expand it.
maybe expand into the parking lot that's right next to the pickleball.
Yeah.
And did you get a chance to think about how many more courts that might be?
I don't, there's a couple of different ways you could cut the site up in the way that it looks, but you could at least double what you have there, if not more, depending on how you built out there. So
Okay, so the pickleball constituency, anyway. Okay, so keep the pickleball, and you definitely want to keep the after-school care there, and I think you'd want to keep some classroom space.
Plus, we've got
You got the Jennifer Russell
Right.
building.
I mean, so.
Yeah, so you want to keep something out
So you're
there.
thinking keep the north part plus Jennifer Russell?
Well,
Yeah.
okay, we're.
Yeah, I know.
Going down
It's
the
hard not. to.
Going down the
This is our
Hard not to.
opportunity, this is our opportunity to think big. So that's where I get it. If thinking big, you would tear down the two existing buildings. You build one back, presumably, well, in my mind, the south building, because it kind of shelters the existing playground.
Okay.
And you would create parking where the north is, and then you take the parking away from pickleball and double the pickleball facility. So, as Jonathan said, that's the best place in town for pickleball is right there. And then you'd have a great complex.
You would, but you have to reclaim, but you'd lose, I mean, like I think we're brainstorming thing big, right? You look at the Oak Ridge Park there, right? I mean, that would be a great site for a small,
Look at the.
the parking lot, the parking lot that Grace was talking about.
I'm talking now about the existing.
I know you are, but I'm just thinking, if you were looking big, because you do reduce capacity when you just did that, right?
I didn't.
So then you have to expand somewhere else, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, you would put 20,000 square feet at least. If we're thinking big. Yeah.
No, that would be, to me, that would be ideal. And then have some services downtown too, right? The ones that we've lost that were there.
But we have things we don't even have yet, right? The formal teen center, the senior center, I mean, that's where you think, because I mean, another option would be like you have the current footprint that you just rebuilt, so you keep what you have there now, which is still at capacity. Plus you do something in the parking lot that's a focused teen or senior center, that's kind of just additive, right? So you got a space downtown, small one that you can do some stuff, and you have your facility down there, because I just worry about even losing half the capacity at the current places. That's a challenge too, right?
Yeah, well, looking at it that way, because long term, I don't think you'd want to build back the full facility there because of the location. So you build something at a lower cost that would last another 80 years, and then put the main community center somewhere downtown.
So you could take your catalog that comes out, the recreation catalog, and it wouldn't all be in one place, like some here and some there. It should really expand the access and the opportunity, and maybe even the enrollment.
Yeah, when we
Mhm.
took on the enrichment at the 4 elementary schools and expanded to care to Lafayette Elementary, it does add additional staff constraints because we're on all the satellite locations. But it does provide a lot of enrichment to the rest of the community. And once again, like the fields, that's happening for youth right now, but it's not happening for adults in the same way. We're able to provide some after-school enrichment, but the community center houses most senior center activities, our child care program, and all the youth enrichment. So that's like, just so to have those opportunities comes with its challenges and
Right.
we need for staffing and maintenance of facilities. But it does provide a much better service. There was a huge improvement with taking on that enrichment of the other sides.
So in terms of what we're trying to accomplish today, which is looking at priority for the next year, it seems pretty clear that at a minimum, a priority is looking into what we do about the community center. I would broaden that to looking into recreational opportunities generally. And then you pair that with the fact, well, I'm not sure how you bring this in, but the fact is that if we want to continue existing services in Lafayette, Measure H, the last time, if we want, and we want to renew Measure H in order to achieve that, the last chance we have to do that is 2030.
Right.
So that's something that needs to be factored in as well.
Right.
So I don't know if we can do, maybe we can talk about you know, policy questions like, well, if we had the opportunity, would we prefer to relocate most of the community center operations downtown?
Yes,
You know, and see.
well, if they are, but I think that's a big qualifier.
Sure.
Okay, but we,
I can agree on that.
but,
Like if that cross street opened up.
but in terms of what we put down on our priorities here, I'm not sure if we can get beyond just for now saying priority this year is to figure this out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
And I agree with you on that. I think part of it is like, to the extent you have a split site setup, you touched on this in your memo and in this discussion, it's like, there's a cost, there's an annual cost factor. So, which is the other thing I think we just want to be super conscious of, and because that's just an extra threshold to manage in the budget, and we need to have a strategy for that, or at least identify what it is first.
And would you put in, so you're thinking, I agree, so I think, well, good sort of say, yes, so the priority would be, we want like a direction, at the end of this fiscal year, we want a direction, kind of like a analysis with enough analysis to provide, allow city council to make a recommendation or whatever, on where we want to go. Do we also have at the same time kind of the financial piece as well, or does that come after? How do you sequence these things? Because they're kind of like related,
yeah,
you know?
that's the thing. Do we keep this third priority as fiscal sustainability? I would say in one sense, we achieved the goal of being able, at least for the next year, well, we have 5 years left, to provide existing services. So you can say, okay, you can take that out of the priorities, but it's still a financial priority to be able to achieve what we need to do with the community center, because we're not going to be able to do that with existing funds. There's just no way. So it is a fiscal issue. So you can make the third priority, you know, achieving our recreational needs in a fiscally sustainable way.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to change the kind of the emphasis though, right? Because yes, fiscal is part, obviously fiscal part, but it really is recreation, you know, and again, to everything we're talking about, community center, the ball field, and the other pieces added to it makes the financial, I mean, there's really two complementary paths. So look after that, the fiscal path as well as the I my Excel file, like, just, we need like a feasibility study of some sort, just
Yeah.
have at least, which maybe is the first step, like it's just you know.
Yeah.
Jonathan's done a great job, but kind of like there's some estimates, but like just needs like the one level down.
Mhm.
Okay. Cause I was thinking, oh, can we just knock off a couple of options to kind of get our, be able to get going? That was kind of my objective. I get to start, but it's fine. If we want to kind of keep all the options on the table for now and do a feasibility study, I mean, that's fine. It's just, it's all money and time and I'm eager to get going, but I'm fine with, we want to keep everything on the table.
I mean, in terms of recreational opportunities.
Yeah, I'm looking at, because I thought all the options that Jonathan put on are probably worthy of the next level study. My thought was, great, you have 7 up there. Can we somehow get to 5? I mean, we have enough knowledge now to get down to a little more fixed things so we can just be more efficient with our time and money to kind of get to the end. That was kind of my thought, trying to like kind of short circuit a couple of these just so we can really move ahead with the ones that are feasible. But if we're not if we really can't make that call yet, we just can't make that call.
I mean, we could go through them and just weigh in. I mean, I think the move everything to downtown is that
No, we don't
in my mind, that doesn't seem like feasible. From a service.
And then sell
perspective.
that property,
Sell
right?
Like
Which would give us some money, I will say,
Right.
to do that, but
Yeah.
probably not.
But wow, the downside's so high.
The hybrid's the one that just kind of rises to the top, that
Yeah.
really needs some significant analysis.
Just to get this out of the way, why don't we look at our existing tasks and see, number 1, we delete.
Right.
And number 2, remind me, Tracy, at the council meeting, there was the recommendation from staff that we carry out the survey of the remaining assets.
The secondary assets.
Yeah,
like
and
that.
we approved that, right?
You did, I just have to
Okay.
contact.
Okay,
them.
so
But it's gonna be much easier
so the question, that doesn't need to be in.
and I don't know that if you wanna just keep it on here to keep me accountable, that's fine, that's
you-
sort
we-
of phase 2, but I'll remember.
It's not so much to keep you accountable, I just wonder if we want to put this on there so that the public knows that we're carrying.
That we're not
this.
done yet.
Yeah, we're not done, it's fiscal sustainability still is,
I mean, that's a core
yeah.
responsibility we
Well,
all have, right?
But does it, go below on the diagram, does it go below the water level? I mean, in a sense it is, it's just been part of the core of
So you
everything we
think
do
just
is
about
fiscal
For the
sustainability.
follow
but
on capital assessment.
I think that's just a follow-on now, so
I
I don't need,
I
I
would
think we
agree.
need to include it. Okay, so
So I think this really needs to reflect our.
Yeah.
You know,
and then in terms of number 3, look for other revenue sources and 4 additional efficiency. And I'd say those are, again, that's something just part of what we do. We called this out here because we were, this year we're just looking at what our situation is, and we still, I think, would want the reports, which we'll get as part of the budget process, but I don't think we need to call those out. So basically, and then 5 and 6 come off, I think. So basically, now the 3rd priority is recreation.
I agree, totally, completely agree.
So, sorry, the number 3 in the.
No,
row
he means
in the
the-
table
the
here
bucket.
is all-
No.
He means the entire.
Almost
thing.
all of these are gone.
Even row 3, okay.
Yeah, because that will be done, but it's not like it's the big priority for the
Right.
fiscal year starting in July.
Yeah, the big priority is solving this problem that was just started.
Yeah. Yeah, fiscally.
Fiscally responsible.
So is the legislative aspect of 3 something that would just come off here, but maybe
It's gonna
Oh,
happen.
go
it's
into
gonna
it.
happen.
It's gonna happen.
It's going ongoing.
So the analogy again, is you were saying these become operational.
Yeah.
continuing
Yeah.
Kinds of
Well,
things that fall below the line.
Because we're in February.
Right.
These are priorities for this fiscal year, so we are going to get these reports during this fiscal year as part of our budget process. And then going forward the next fiscal year, they're just part of our ongoing operations.
Mhm.
Yeah, because what's happened, I mean, it's very interesting to see how this is developed, having put the capital assessment at staff's recommendation on the agenda. And then what it's shown, it's surfaced this enormous problem that we now need to deal with, and now it's the 3rd priority.
Right.
Yep.
Would the 3rd priority still be focused on fiscal sustainability? What would it be?
Recreational opportunities, recreational
Title might be.
okay. Better title for that.
A title,
Yeah.
focus or,
I think what I was hearing you say is,
The planning for developing and financing recreational needs.
okay, we could do that, or achieving recreational needs in a sustainable financial manner? Does that do it, or?
Well, I think we, realistically, we're gonna start planning and,
Okay.
planning.
Can you say exactly what you said?
well, you can edit it, planning and financing our recreational needs.
Yeah, let's see, we can do, all right, yeah. I'll
Yeah.
have a better idea.
You
but
can definitely.
It's not quite spicy enough, but yeah, I know. But yes, I agree. That is what it is.
And the fiscal part will come back no matter what,
Yeah.
but in a couple of years from now, like no matter what, for when the sales tax starts getting done.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
yeah,
Right, that'll
well,
come
yeah,
back.
no.
Well, strategy, okay,
Yeah.
on that.
Right.
But the fiscal one, I'm sorry.
This is like
it's-
Lafayette road rage. No, you can.
I
But
did
we're all-
less than that.
We're all too polite. You do it.
But with respect to this assessment or planning of these, the recreational needs or, I mean, there'll be a financial analysis embedded in it.
Oh, yeah.
That's,
Absolutely.
yeah.
I'll make sure that for you.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm all about that.
She sat closest to me for a reason.
So, before we stop off the focus on fiscal sustainability limb, there was a thought that I had, which was, we have this new sales tax in place. It's been increased, it's going to generate money. How can we increase the number of sales tax generators? And I'm thinking about maybe bringing back one of the priorities that's mentioned in the report from 2021 about ways to fundraise, which was how do we increase the vibrancy and commercial success of downtown? And we've heard some public speakers come to several council meetings talking about how we need to go beyond just supporting existing businesses. We need to try to get new ones.
I'll just put it out there. I don't think that's a big problem. I think it's important. We should always continue to do it. I don't think it should be a focus of the city council to do that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I
Like
think,
like an economic development.
correct.
Like,
I think,
that's the chamber.
I don't want to, I mean, heck, if we want to do it, it's great. I think, I just look at our downtown right now. It's very few open storefronts, you know, and I just don't think, you know, what are you really kind of recruiting for or doing? You know, we should always be angling for new opportunities, but I don't think that is, I just don't know if that's the best use of our time. Say, given precious set
Well,
of time.
and what we could be doing, we are at a certain level emphasizing shop local, shop Lafayette. I mean, we can do more of that, but does that rise to the level of a?
Yeah, of a core priority, I just don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, but I was just thinking, make hay while we have that sales.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's a more of a bank shot though, way to raise money though, right? Cause like you have a brand, we'd almost need like to make a significant difference. We'd have to have an empty thing that we'd then bring Costco in to generate the sales tax to give it money, right?
Yeah,
That's kind of like,
I'm not thinking of like an auto run.
right, but I think that,
Yeah, no, it's like, yes, I am.
yeah.
We like
Yeah.
a Rivian Tesla kind of.
I'm investigating.
Those are small footprints.
Whether we actually get money from them.
Yeah.
I don't think we will if it's
We heard back
retail.
from Walnut Creek that they weren't letting
They
them get the money because.
That's correct. I
The
heard that.
cars weren't actually there.
I did hear that.
Okay.
And I thought, wow,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Mon Creek is like, yeah, they're very upset at that.
I
actually.
can.
Their Tesla dealer, their Tesla thing is not the.
Oh, I mean, but we do have vacant, storefronts, because we're not fully 100% at capacity.
No, you never at 100% because of just general churn. I just don't, no, I'm not actually saying it's not a bad idea to do, generally speaking. I just don't know if it rises to a priority level like this.
These,
That's really my only
Yeah.
comment. It's not that it's not important to do. It's more like, I don't want to have 4 priorities or 5 priorities. I don't really know how that one fits necessarily into this one, things
Well, just
like
that-
more.
We have a lot on the plate,
We will.
Yes.
so maybe a future year.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, you've established this third goal, looks like, correct? Do you have some outcomes in mind that staff could look to? Location, I mean, feasibility study on community center,
Yes.
a lot of the work's been done.
We will.
No, it hasn't, no, it needs to be expanded.
Yeah.
Right.
We need the next layer. that was
We
the-
will have to hire somebody to come and do
Yeah.
that.
That was my
Well,
question.
but then what do you mean by feasibility study? What do you understand it to be?
Well, what staff has done is just give you ballpark numbers. We're not, based on what we all collectively know. You need somebody who does space needs analysis, who cost of construction, to give you some very realistic numbers as to how much it'll actually cost. And also to develop, kind of evaluate the three options. Abandon existing center, build downtown, keep current center only, or do a hybrid model.
Okay, so I'm gonna make the situation even worse and say, before you do that, I mean, one of the things that concern me, you use rules of thumb for how much space we need for a community center. And, I don't know if that applies, to Lafayette, and I don't know which way that goes. I wonder if there's and Grace mentioned a survey to see what people want and need. But I'm just wondering how much, we'd be planning for a certain population, particularly if it's gonna be downtown. But, is our population different in terms of what it needs from a community center? Or what we think we should have? In other words, are there more, do we have a population that wants to do more classes, whether it's, history, crafts, music, whatever, want to have classroom space for that? It could be that we have a higher need for square footage for that sort of use than other communities. I mean, I don't know how you get at that, how you plan for how much square footage you have, but I think that's the first step. And I don't know how much the Parks, Trail and Recreation has thought about that, what the needs are, how many square feet we need.
The last assessments were in 2009 with the facilities master plan. So if part of that process, was looking at what the needs were, and that's how most of these facilities came up there. And I highlight some feedback from the community where there are still needs for those facilities, but those are old numbers based in the 2009.
Oh, you're talking about this, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I still have on the
So this is
screen
not
all
the
the,
community
all
center.
the.
And I'm thinking of just the community
Yeah,
center, because,
yeah.
I think about, these the general, happiest country surveys they do, and they show that Finland is, there's a big article in the New York Times, and one of the reasons was they had towns had bigger community centers, and there's more activities going on where people can get together. And if you have the facility, are people going to use it then? Do you?
So is this a survey? How do you determine?
I don't know. I'm just raising.
It's industry standards, looking at communities of our size and socioeconomic makeup, and a survey. I think it will be folded in, and we'll have to contract that out.
I guess my thought would be that I would think for this first level that we're doing here, this kind of we can almost, I just don't know if using the rules of thumb is that bad. Coupled with the survey to kind of give us a little bit of stuff, but I just don't, it feels like.
I wouldn't wait to do that before doing this, but I'd maybe do them at the same.
It'd be interesting.
It's just that at some point, I think we need to do a needs assessment. Certainly the community is gonna ask, well, why are you doing 25,000 square feet? Why don't you do 15,000?
But can I have a request on the survey, just because I'm suspicious of surveys.
Yeah.
That we send out on emails, hey, please respond, we're interested in getting, we get this kind of self-selected group. I would like to do it, if we're gonna do one, actually invest in one that we actually.
Yeah,
use our randomized
and
something.
I don't think, we're not gonna
I know
decide
no.
today whether or not to do it, because I feel the same way about surveys.
Okay.
All the surveys we did with respect to ARPA.
Right. Yeah, I know.
No matter what method we used.
Yeah.
It wasn't all that useful.
Right.
Yeah.
I will just add quickly, the other source of data that we have is the user data from the existing community center.
Yeah.
That we'll be able to share.
Yeah.
Right.
We know the popular classes,
Right.
some of them have wait lists, and some of them we've tried and
Yeah.
haven't had success with. So that's
Right.
something we can add
And what
as
we-
part of that.
And what we don't know is if you put it downtown with another, 7,000 people living in the downtown, what would the need?
Right.
The other thing I'm conscious of is, if you took the option 1B, you build the new one at least the cheapest option to get a newer center. Just looking at my ballpark on what that would cost us, if we financed it, what it would be, it's above more than what we'd be paying to keep the existing plant going, but you could still maybe manage it. All these other things, to me, would be beyond our budget capability.
Oh, you don't
Gotta-
think we could finance some
gotta
downtown
bond it.
ones?
Sorry?
Like by bonds, right?
Yeah, I mean, we could probably going back to my old school days, but the replacement of the existing, we could maybe finance it. We do lease financing, don't need to go to the voters. We could maybe manage that internally. I'll look at Tracy on this one. But anything beyond that,
We have to go to the voters,
I think you gotta go, and it,
without a doubt.
Geo probably, it's a 2/3 vote.
Mhm.
So having some sense of, people might say, look, I love these ideas, this is great. Are you willing to pay?
Yeah.
Right.
That's what Grace was
And
talking
so I
about.
think getting.
What are you willing to pay
I'm willing to
for?
pay $10 for 100,000 of assessed value, whatever, I
Right.
mean, figure it out. I think we need to get are people willing to step up and tax themselves for that?
Right.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, and another part of that is are there people in the community, if this were a big priority and big thing, willing to actually
Fundraise.
fundraise?
Yeah.
for it?
Yeah.
As always.
I know, this is where we talk about the feasibility study. This is the kind of pieces that I think are part of it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's drilling down one level on stuff you did, plus it's looking at the financial
Uh-huh.
possibilities and realistic possibilities.
Mhm.
How realistic is it for the community? I mean, we've had tremendous luck with the library and the Park Theater. Not so much the community center foundation or whatever, right? So are people willing to fundraise for a civic thing or not? I don't know.
Right.
But
We don't know.
that'd
We
be a
can find
great
out.
thing to figure out. Hopefully.
Right.
Yeah.
Parks, most likely they would, but a community center may be tough for us.
Yeah, especially some
Right.
It depends on who the-
fields. Yeah.
I would imagine our demographic has changed a bit. We have a lot more younger families moving in
Right, we do actually right now.
who might have different demands for facilities.
Yeah, I think we definitely do.
So,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to bring it back.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's sort of my job here. This is a new priority, clearly. I heard a needs assessment, correct? Agreement on that, needing a needs assessment? Yes, no?
Do we? I don't know. I mean, like, that's the I don't,
Well,
So I guess the question would be, is there sufficient information that exists without doing that?
we definitely we have to have a needs assessment. Whether we do it by survey is a question.
Okay.
I just don't know if we put these down as, I think we've brainstormed now, this is helpful. I don't
And then
know if we
come back.
put these down as steps, maybe we.
And then staff comes back to you perhaps with a more refined.
A way to approach it. I don't know if we're gonna work out all.
So along with that, financial implications is one of the things to look at, right? Part of finance. Location, those are the ones, the three major ones, I think.
Size.
Well,
It's
okay,
right,
well,
come up.
we're talking about community center, so, I mean, the needs and, what the parameters are for what goes into the community center, what stays out there, what comes in here. But then we do have the other, facilities.
Other needs.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like, how does that, right, cause like, I really appreciate Jim's background and everything, I think, okay, maybe you have what, if it was a community center, just rebuilt on the current site, just modernized, maybe we can finance whatever, but it's like all of a sudden, oh, but there's ball fields. There's some other things, like, all right, you know.
But we do have some money for ball fields. We don't have money for community centers.
We
Correct?
have been saving some money for
Yeah.
both.
Okay.
But it's really the maintenance of both. It was the sinking fund for field renovation. We just utilized some of that on the fields. We have been saving some money for the community center roof. But the roof and HVAC system quote was between $3 and $4 million just to do that. So we've been saving for renovating portions of the community center and have fallen behind significantly through the assessment and the other functions of that facility. So we do have some funding there, but for any of the new features, it's likely an ask of the community. We're in a fortunate and unfortunate position where a lot of the opportunities are presenting themselves. We're close on the nature park. That plan's almost ready to go.
Yeah.
There's opportunities like I shared with some of the regional partner sites and things to move forward. We have a property owner who's willing to work with us for civic use of a large parcel. All the pieces are coming together.
At the Silva, right.
So,
Right.
so a lot of
Yeah.
pieces coming together at once that could achieve a lot of those goals, but it's going to take the dollars behind it to make it a reality for the community.
I just wanted to ask how much we have in impact fees, because we are collecting
Right.
monies.
Well, that's the question
You had raised.
I had raised, yeah,
Right.
it's 4.2 million.
Right, in
Is in
park acquisition.
In 17, the
Mhm.
park acquisition fund, and well, I can't say the other, there is, well, we're,
The facilities we've been paying back for some of the improvements, we're just about paid back, we have very little in our facilities fund, so that's fund 12 used to develop
was
new
great.
facilities
That
on
was-
those sites. But we've been utilizing those funds for improvements to expand the park systems. So as we achieve future development and we collect those fees, we'll have those available to us. And there's a good forecast in some of the sites that haven't paid in yet. The terraces project will be significant for the community, but once again, we're waiting on occupation. So,
yeah. Do we have, well, it's 4.2, and then as mentioned, we are negotiating, or we're looking at the gazebo site.
Right,
So that would come out of that.
right, it would, right.
Oh, that's
And then, do we have any more information about whether the Lennar project or
We
not?
think Lennar paid
But
way
Lennar
back.
paid.
They've already paid,
And that
okay.
makes it so
How
long
about
ago.
950 Huff? They
I'm not
probably,
sure about that.
okay, just trying to get a sense of immediate
How
funds.
many?
If we're successful in selling Campana, where does that money go? Was that borrowed from a different fund?
City Hall,
But also parking
It's
fund,
right now
kinda,
in
right?
Campana. Parking's still underwater.
Park, yeah, we took water out of,
No,
took
no.
money out of the
No,
parking
no.
fund.
no,
No,
came out of the
not.
City Hall fund.
City Hall to buy Campana.
To-
So
but then
once- if we
9.49
find-
were all that.
if we sell Campana, that brings money back into the City Hall fund, which that's a whole different.
The people are, but we gave away the 949 Moraga Road
Give
parking.
that, correct, that's correct.
That's what I was
We
trying
gave
to-
away 949, so I don't.
right.
Okay.
And we own the property on Lido Ranch Road.
Right. Yes.
Which property is that?
So it's on the Lido Ranch Road to the west.
The west
That's
side?
probably at most about $1 million. We're not talking about multi-million.
Yeah, but every little million helps.
It's a million here, a million there, it's no money.
Is it like a sliver by the highway or?
It was.
To build one or
it-
two. Or it could be, as Tracy said,
There's a community center there. I don't think it's big enough. It's out, there's hills, that's
It's
why.
hilly. It goes up there.
Just to bring it back again. These kind of pots of monies, that's what staff would be able to help identify for
Yes.
you. What could be used, once you figure out what the financial implications are. The staff would come back, correct, with more language or specific on this priority, correct?
We can come back
With, not with answers,
no,
but what
but these are the things we can do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and I would assume some of these will take a little bit longer than others.
Is this all existing staff or is this something even to get this first level
Oh,
question?
that's an excellent question.
That's a very good question. This is a huge lift for PTR. If this is the priority for the year or 2 years, we have to look at that.
Okay. Yes.
So I don't know how much more we can do other than to say,
That is a priority.
this is the big new priority for us. We're really gonna focus on it and make something happen.
Or makes sense.
And you know
About this-
basically what some of those pieces are that you need. The financial piece and what you need, you know what those pieces are.
Well-
You don't know the answers, but you know those are the things that need to be looked at,
Yeah,
correct?
but I don't think we're gonna put that on. We're
Not at this time.
not at this stage. We're not gonna say we're gonna do
Right.
this and that.
Right, you
We're
need
gonna
staff
wait
to
for
come
staff to
back
come
and
back.
say that to you, correct?
And are we addressing the question on the slide right now about the specific priorities? Or are we saying we're interested in all of that right now? Pending
Hmm.
staff's
Yeah,
analysis.
Yeah, it's, it's a difficult question to answer
Mhm.
because each one of those has
Mhm.
different factors with it.
Mhm.
And so I think over the course of next year, we'll be looking at, okay, which ones of those are realistic to actually do? Which ones can we do without a huge additional cost?
Mhm.
But then your question is so insightful, is that you can't do any of those without additional staff, really.
Right.
Mhm. Mhm.
So I guess that would be, we need that for the upcoming budget. It'd be like I guess
Yeah.
they're going to do the fiscal year review. There'd be a line item, so we need to report back
Yeah.
out before that, so we can get the line item that we
Yeah,
approve.
because no,
How's that?
one of the reasons we do this is because then Narut goes to the departments that here's the priorities.
Hmm.
What do we need in order for the budget that can approve in June in order to
Right.
carry these things out?
Yeah.
Mhm.
That'd be good.
One quick addition, we did mention that the Olympic staging area, the thing is that the lease is coming due. What's like the date on, do we need answers from us about ideas sooner
So
rather than later?
it's my understanding the park district and the county are in conversations right now that they've been, they're working together to work on what that looks like moving forward. So that is something that we should keep on our radar and can come back to a future council meeting as well. I think that it warrants further council discussion on Parks, Trails and Recreation Commission. It was on one commissioner's radar that the date might happen. I chased it for them to verify that information. It was true. And now
We
they'll
want input.
continue to monitor the way that.
But we want to
I guess I
influence,
don't-
we want to
yeah.
influence, right?
The current lease, does that just cover the parking area?
Or what, yeah,
Yes, they lease the staging areas for.
Okay.
which is
but
also
then there's
two
the-
parking areas and the empty
Well,
space.
and then there's the empty space.
Right.
Well,
Is that
and there's the
that?
space to the north of the parking
know.
area. Is that part of the lease? Cause that's something we've been trying for years.
To get, right,
So I don't have the specific details. I
Sure.
do believe it does encompass a lot of the land.
Okay.
It could be the entire area in between and what they lease back from flood control. So there are possibilities there.
okay.
Well, okay. But even now, I would just say, if somehow we could get that entire parcel, we would want it. I mean, that was, that was.
The girls fell over. Go, Carl.
Well, no, but that's what we were, that was going to be the dog park.
It was a dog, right?
There were
But that could be,
discussions
that
about
could
a
be
dog
this
park.
bike park, it could be what, there's a lot of.
Could be a lot. I mean, that space is the only level space that's
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah, there is a significant parcel there. They do utilize the staging areas and there is a planned trail expansion too. They have easements and we have portions of those easements that go from the roundabout all the way to Roar. And they've lined up the entire trail. They've actually done the studies. So there's additional trail that's likely to be moving forward in a project that they've been working on there. So they still need staging area for the regional trail, but there may be opportunities to partner or sublease
Yeah.
or get a portion of what's there to achieve our goals. And worth having those conversations at the staff level and leadership levels to move that forward.
Can you just, I'm not familiar with this, so just from the top, so this is, we're talking about along Olympic Boulevard,
Yes.
where the La Miranda Trail head is, the areas that are the parking lots, and then there's the connecting walkways. And so who owns that right now, and what's the?
Just, my understanding is, this is a parcel that's bordered by Olympic, release station going north, the creek and Pleasant Hill. Those are the four sides of it.
And so what is the transaction, or who are the owners, the players?
This is what we're trying to find out, right? Yeah.
I don't know much about this.
County flood control land that the park district leases for their staging areas for the Lafayette Moraga Trail.
Okay.
And then eventual Calaveras Ridge Trail that will start from there at the roundabout, head towards Roar along the ridge.
Roar, so.
Roar Drive
like
in
far.
Fern Valley.
That's
It's
really
a very
far.
far, yeah, that is a very long length of trail that they've been working to achieve over time.
Like going up
We
the
have
hill,
sections-
up Snake Hill? What?
But not on Snake Hill in the.
Not on Snake Hill, you
in the open
actually.
space?
It'll be east of, the development that's there at the roundabout.
Oh, okay,
Wow.
interesting.
Yeah, on the Walnut Creek side of the
Oh,
roundabout.
interesting.
Okay.
Don't they need all this? I guess I'm so like, I'm just confused on what it means for us.
Well, there's
Because
a
if
lot of it.
they have a lot of plans,
There's a lot of
people have a lot of
extra
needs and
Right.
we aren't part of it. So how are we part of it? Or
We're gonna be part of it.
I know, I'm all for it. I'm like, I'm just getting,
There's a
Carl's all
lot,
excited. I'm like, oh.
there's a lot of land there.
There's a lot of land there.
There's pretty significant space in between the two areas. They may need to expand their parking. But it was, the commission looked at it as a dog park. The small pump track features that we talked about as far as a bike park would fit in that area.
Right. Right.
And they don't use it all?
No,
It's so that area in between,
two parks.
there is a section that gets opened up for equipment staging fairly frequently when things are happening. But it's just otherwise open
It's just open.
between those two areas.
Between the parking.
It would be,
That's why I wanted to come back and talk about this.
it
Oh, yeah.
would be, with the proper fencing, dog park would be pretty achievable.
Oh, yeah,
And there's,
they're
with the
great.
trail use, bike or dog use, would work very well in that. People are already walking through that
Oh,
area.
yeah.
You're between the middle school and the high school. So when you
Yeah.
talk about the way the bikes are utilized,
Yeah.
it's, one of the best parcels for achieving some of those goals.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, okay, thank you.
And we wanna buy it, so. Okay.
And because it is flood control land.
Yeah.
I can't.
There's those lower impacts too.
Yeah,
A
that's
pump
what
track,
dog
you
parks
flood a
are.
pump track, it's still a pump track.
Right.
Flood a dog park, it's still a dog park. You go in and replace some fencing, some bark, it's low impact for flood.
So we're not building a community center.
No,
Yeah, that would be a little more difficult in flood control land.
Put it on stilts.
There you go. We're all, yeah, it's a great
Thank
big.
you. thank you.
Are you? Is that
I don't know if we can do any more today on this.
on this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was just scared staff enough already.
I think so.
Jonathan,
Thank
thank you again.
So, turn it over to the city manager.
Well, thank you. This was a really good workshop, and I think we've got a lot of direction from you now. Ball is in our court. We have to figure out how we're going to do it, whether it's achievable and how much it'll cost. And we will come back to you. Typically, we type Nadine types up your priorities. We bring it to a council meeting for your approval, a regular meeting, and that should happen within the next month. And then I believe at the end of March, the department, the management team is meeting to start work on the, preparing for the next fiscal year.
A question maybe for our mayor. Should we rank order these at this point or come back later? Because we got.
Would you like us
In terms of the three priorities?
Yeah, three priorities. We did that last year, 1, 2, and 3.
No, we didn't.
I think it
we
was,
did.
Well, you actually did. Wildfire was your.
We
number one.
did,
Yeah.
It was right after the
I think
it was
we
right
just-
after the
that
elevator,
was-
so that was.
I don't know if we do that, so.
Is that something that would be helpful, Ask, or?
In this particular case, I think I'm looking at it from a department standpoint. And, wildfire is really, Andy and the police department. Item 2 is Patrick and engineering for the most part, with some assistance from planning. And then the third one is Parks, Trails and Recreation, and Heather and I will for now assist. So I see them as 3 separate
We should find something,
resources.
we should find something for legal, I think.
That
Maybe.
No.
Yeah, I'm being suspiciously quiet. She's like.
She's already up to here right now.
Anything new, no new task.
So I appreciate that. Even if I come back and say we can't do subtask 1 or 2, it'll only be for that particular domain.
So, is there anything else? Not that it rises necessarily to a priority, but something that you feel should be acknowledged, or we had in the garage, we had Rena. Just the word Rena, which is huge, right?
Oh, the 2-year review for commissioners.
Okay, that was one that came, right?
Yeah.
So that's something you would like memorialize for staff to perhaps talk about, look at, bring back to you?
What do you think?
Can you explain?
Okay, so the thought was, we automatically renew for what, 6 years? 2.
I would make the reason for 2, and at the 6th year, you have to apply.
That's what, so basically 6 years, every 6 years is the only time you get
Yeah.
reviewed, right? And so we were approached by one of the chairs saying, let's keep that, but add an option. Every year, we check in with the chairs and to see if they've got specific instances and they do want to review. Is this gonna be rare? Right? I'm imagining it's gonna be very rare. And it would only be on behalf of the chairs. And they would request, I would imagine almost every single commissioner would go straight through easy every 2 years. But it's just on those interim 2 years to give an option. And
Give it into the policy. Yeah. Okay, with a change to the policy.
it would be a change to the policy if we want to try to do
And
that.
we would, I'm trying to think how we would consider that. Because, I mean,
Right.
it goes on practically, is that if the chairs have raised concern.
Right.
And there has been counseling.
Right.
So the only, change would be, you changing the policy. Well, what goes on now
Mhm.
with the counseling, if the person who's being spoken to just basically is not listening,
Mhm.
there's nothing you can do about it.
Right, there's no recourse right now
Right.
for anybody to do anything about it,
So,
including us, right?
so you'd be adding,
I guess you have to
remove,
oh, we can, right?
but it's obviously something we probably are going to do.
Yeah.
You want to avoid that, right? And
yeah,
so,
so, I mean, I guess the question is whether I don't know if we should discuss this, but, are you causing,
it'll be awkward.
it'll be awkward, yeah, going
Yes.
to someone saying, well,
You're gonna have to re-interview
You're
the
gonna
chair.
have to,
Re-interview the
I know,
chair.
how do you work?
No, it does, it would work, it would be a count, it would still have to come all the way back up to council, and you would effectively remove them.
so basically you'd be saying a committee chair would have the option to say that a renewal should not be automatic.
Right. And this person should go back into the interview process.
So maybe maybe it's not for our priorities, but we just bring back on a future
Yeah.
agenda, a discussion about.
Oh, yeah, this is clearly not a.
Yeah,
Is that something you would like?
that would just be, what I'm gathering is this just comes back at a future meeting, a discussion
Yeah.
on this.
that's a-
Yeah. So it doesn't need to be part of this process.
Yeah,
So
it was
revisiting the counts, the commission appointment.
priority,
Yeah.
yeah. And then we've got discussing it will take to maintain the positive council relationship that exists.
Right, I heard at least one council member, a couple, everybody spoke about what a great group it is to work with, and one individual indicated maybe at some point there's an opportunity to look at why you work together so well, and how do you sustain that? So. I don't know, I mean, that could be something that you write each other little notes, I don't know. But it was something that I heard.
I might have raised that, I don't know, but I really think.
That's what I would check. I don't think I did.
No, because
I know.
I'm struck by, I think this is the group that really works well together. And it's sort of I've seen lots of cities and special districts where it is not the case, so. And I don't know, maybe it's just that you get the right people together, really working towards the right goal with the right staff, and that all works out. But, I don't know, there's an element of collegiality here, which I really find refreshing, and, credit to you all for that. So I don't know, I would, that might have been me musing on something maybe, but, because I think it's
You
it
do have a
helps
lot of
make the
cities too.
city
If you have any
work.
ideas, let us know.
A lot of cities I was discussing with your city attorney, a lot of them are not this way. I think what I see in the 4 or 5 years is that you talk to each other, and a lot of councils that I deal
But
with.
never in groups of more than two.
Right, I didn't mean that way. Never, ever that. But I mean, when you are collectively in the room, you do talk to each other, respect each other, and I notice a lot of council members talk over, interrupt, those kinds of conduct, and I unfortunately see a lot of that. Right now, in the last year or so, I've seen a lot of that. So I think I guess the word I would use, and I don't know you well enough, is you respect each other.
Yeah,
And
true.
and
Oh, absolutely.
that leads to that.
I think we listen to each other. That's my assessment.
From a viewpoint of respect, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Even if we don't agree.
Right.
Which is rare, but, you know.
So are there other things that come to mind? If not,
There was one more that.
on here,
Yeah,
um,
the third.
how is or will you engage with other entities regarding external
How
environment?
broad are you talking?
I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is it?
I think that meant not physical environment. I think it meant the changing environment, regulatory issues, state issues, federal, how you work with other entities, other cities, counties, whatever.
That may have been me again.
It was.
I think what I think I was trying to frame, if I can try to remember this conversation from when it was, but I'm conscious of, particularly the state. There's a long game we need to be thinking about, because we're vulnerable too.
Yeah.
And we saw the SB 79. So it's like having a thought out strategy over years as to how we like build relationships and, get ourselves known. I mean, kind of get in the mix on things. And maybe it's, the state comes to mind in particular, but there are other jurisdictions that have real impact with us, East Bay Mud. So I was like musing about that, like how do we think about ourselves, not just as Lafayette, but there are these like concentric circles around us that matter. Our state legislators, our supervisor and so on. So I don't know.
I vote that you lead this effort.
Well, I mean,
No, yes,
part of
he
this
is the guy to do it.
I see this as partly the legislative committee,
Yeah.
taking the lead on this, and particularly now that we've got the La Marinda framework. And actually, okay, so Moraga has approved, everybody's approved of that.
Everyone's approved.
Okay, and
We are-
is it gonna be 2 people from each
It
city?
was scheduled to be one person from each. Yes,
Okay.
one person from each. It was going to be the mayor of 3.
Yeah, well, I've said
Yeah,
that it won't be me because it should be somebody from the
Yeah.
legislative
Yeah.
committee.
We are trying to schedule that meeting for mid-March. Our legislation committee is going to be looking at the bills first and triaging them to send forward them to the
Yeah.
regional committee.
Yeah, when we were doing the council assignments, I sort of counted the legislative committee as 3 or 4 assignments. It was just so much work, at least from my perspective, it looks like a lot of work. And it'd be even more important in the future too. You know, and also thinking about what impact it could have. I mean, what more we should be doing. We're gonna leave that for the legislative committee.
Other things that we haven't, that you want to talk about? With that, I will put you through one last little activity.
Let's see, are we going to have Narut or?
I think you wanted, you said what you were gonna say?
Yeah.
Oh,
We saw the view from the bridge fly up there,
oh,
and that's gone.
The Starship Enterprise, I saw.
What I like from you, it's just your words, that it falls into the whole idea of how well we work together. Do you have any takeaways from today? Jen, do you have any takeaways?
You know, this session just reinforces my prior 1 year experience in the council that, was a really strong sense of collegiality here, respect, we listen to each other, don't always agree on everything, but I think when you sort of accept someone else's viewpoint and be convinced of a different approach. So, yeah, I think I really value that this group works well together and really respects staff. And I think there's a certain element of collegiality here that I think is really refreshing. Well, that's a takeaway.
How about you, John?
Good one. I like that one. No, I agree. It's so good. I just love hearing from all of you. You're also smart. It's just, it's inspiring. But what I just love, I actually like where we ended on the priorities. I think, the fact that fiscal sustainability was such a big deal, focused on it, knocked it out of the park. And now we're doing the next thing, which is the, whatever, but I mean, it's like, now we're working on the recreation thing, and I think we're all aligned. I mean, whatever, like, we're like, who knows exactly the details, but that's just like, it's phenomenal. So no, I'm all in.
Well, my takeaway is what an incredibly strong staff we have, listening to Andy and then Patrick,
Oh, I know.
and Jonathan and the team. That's partly the benefit of Measure H. We've got Heather now, we've got Dana, and working with Tracy. We're bringing in strong people to do things. We're probably gonna have to think about what we do in the Park Trail and Recreation area. It just brings home to me that the stronger staff you have, it's just worth investing in that strong staff.
Susan?
I think we were far more aspirational this year than we have been in a long time, and it's fun. Kind of have that luxury and try to think beyond keeping the doors open and trying to actually think where we want to go. And I think the mayor for doing a lot of the pushing on that and thought in preparation.
Your first year?
First year, yeah.
Well,
Wow.
really,
At least the third year.
Yeah, they're kind of a ringer.
True. Well, I just reflect on how many challenges we have that we've discussed, but also how many opportunities there are, and that's actually really quite exciting. I'm glad that we're in a position where we do have some of that financial stability to stop and think about the aspirational. It's gonna be hard to figure out.
Yeah.
No, no rose-colored glasses on that, but I'm glad that we're in a position to be able to do it.
Is there anything you do this next year, whoever helps you with any of this? Is there anything you would have done differently? Cookies were pretty good. What I heard was good lunch and good cookies. That's when I figured out. Anything you would have wanted to do differently in the time that you had together?
It's just pretty smooth.
Yeah. Okay. You're out of class. Your class is
15 minutes earlier.